Getting myself together. 1 second. Getting myself together. What y'all drinking out there? Remy 1738. This is just for verification purposes. Let's see what y'all got going on. Natural spring water. Hey, spring water is good too. Orange juice, whatever you got. Whatever you got. Let me send some shout outs real quick. Who we got in here? Fast Attack Tough, you in here? Simply Deep. Lone Wolf, what's happening? G Will, Jay Green, Shabbat 1983. Terrell Brown, Jack Carbon, Shay Morpheus, what's happening? Terrell Brown. Let's see who else we got in here. Gotta be drinking some. Mr. Barlow right out the jump with the super chat. $5. Thank you. Modelo. All right. 151, huh? You got that real stuff. Douce, you know, I started to do the Douce, but I opted for 1738. Is Solo in here? Somebody says salute to Solo TV 84. Where you at, Solo, if you in here? Gray February. Flex. Lord Benanzai, what's happening, bro? Nestle Snipes. Mig Toe, what's happening? LaShawn Jefferson, Stephen Jones. Now, again, for verification purposes only. Scobay, what's happening? Verification purposes only. I'm going to go to my black round emblem. Mr. Limba, salute, bro. Darius Washington. Got the Budweiser. Yeah. T-Mac, what's happening? San Antonio. What else we got going on? Scobay, my goodness. The $24.99 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Shavard 1983, $2 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. We right out the back doing this thing, huh? Laura Banzai, super chat. $10. Thank you. The guy from the 6, what's happening, bro? Thank you, everybody, for the super chat. And for those who don't want to deal with the super chat, let me throw this PayPal link real quick before we get started. Waiting for a few people to get on up in here. 85 so far. VSOP. That's what I'm talking about. Black body. Now let me switch this screen real quick so we can get started. Let's see. Just an introduction. Last verification. And you gotta have a little H2O with that. Appreciate you, T-Mac. What's up to everybody in the chat? Now let me switch this emblem real quick. There we go. Bear with me for a second. Let me get a little bit more comfortable before we kick this off. Black Ram 313 back at it again. You know why? Because this is therapeutic, man. Back again for another therapy session. This time we are live with my cognac field thoughts. This is part 3. A little history real quick. Did part 1 on this channel a while back. Wow, but Thunderbird, huh? No, I ain't messing with that Thunderbird. Did the part 1 a while back on my channel, maybe a couple of years ago. Cognac field thoughts or random thoughts over cognac. That was probably about 2 years ago. And then with Solo TV 84, I did another random thoughts over cognac with him. And this is the 3rd installment. Most High willing, it won't be the last installment of the cognac field thoughts, or as we can say, random thoughts over cognac. What up, Solo? So today, fellas, grown man conversation. We're gonna chill. We're gonna have our cognac or whatever your drink of choice, orange juice, water. Somebody said spring water. That's fine too. Something. It's almost like we at a spot, chopping it up. Table full of guys, the homies, for some grown man talk, grown man conversation. Let a few more people come in before we really jump into it. Appreciate you, Smith, Jr., Wesley Carpenter. Before we really get into it, a couple of more people. Cognac field thoughts number 3. So yeah, make sure you have something. Make sure you're comfortable. And I'm not absolutely sure what time the Golden State Warriors will be playing the New Orleans Pelicans, but somebody can keep us updated on that score. Appreciate that. KB Patton, appreciate you. NBA playoffs on mute, Black Ram Live, volume all the way up. Solo TV 84, driving home, hitting the field tonight. I need that therapy first, though. Solo always in the field, man. Give us a report on your findings in the field when you go out there, bro. So yeah, somebody keep us updated on the scores. I don't have it up in front of me right now. So now listen, I'm gonna be speaking slow, man. I got my drink with me. I'm gonna try to take some time out to read comments, but this is really a sit back, lay back, and chill type of thing. Even if you're watching this on the replay, this is a laid back action, right? It's not ranting and raving. I'm chilling, so I may speak a little slow. From time to time, I have to take me a drink, but we chilling. Again, grown man talk. I got about 8 different thoughts to go over to share with you guys, to share with the family, to share with the brethren. And we talk about a little bit of current events, hopefully at the end. I also want some feedback, so I like audience participation, so I'll be asking questions. In fact, we start with the first question. What everybody drinking? And where are some of you guys from? Want to know what's going on in your area, or who from what area is rocking with me tonight. Somebody said Pelican 60, Golden State 53. Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate the update. So periodic updates. And we'll get into probably a little basketball talk, hopefully a little later. From Philly, New York City. What's in your cups? Too? Let me know what's in your cups and where you're from. What's in your cups and where you're from? So far we have 118 watching, but only 52 likes. You know what to do. Get the likes up. Also, if you have not, subscribe to my channel, Black Ram for Vengeance. In fact, I'll come into the comment section. All you have to do is click on the icon and subscribe to that channel. I need more subscribers there, just in case the succubus or the trolls or those who don't like the message somehow get a hold of this channel. That'll be the secondary channel, the backup. Somebody here from Oakland, huh? Go Golden State, right? All right, Brooklyn, New York. Say Dollar Green Tea. Budweiser out of Atlanta. Oh, yeah. Maryland. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so we're gonna get started here. And also, I have a lot of guys emailing me and coming with questions, specific questions, and wanting me to do specific videos, questions that'll be too long for me to try to answer in an email back or to try to answer in a comment section. So at the end of my 8 thoughts, um, I would like to open up the floor for some guys to ask the questions that I get so frequently. Mr. Limba, Miami. Goku 92 Son, Washington, D.C. Quantel, Pittsburgh. All right. Got some coffee in there too, huh? My man, my man. Super Saiyan, Bard Rock. Appreciate the super chat, fam. Appreciate. Let me get a sip real quick. We're going to get started. 129 watching. Let's get the likes up real quick. Yep. Can you hear the ice? Ice cold. Yes, sir. All right, let's get it started, gentlemen. I'd like to thank everybody who's coming in and joining me for the 3rd installment of Cognac Field Thoughts, again, also known as Random Thoughts over Cognac. Let's roll with it. First thought. I think that a woman has 2 choices of what she can be. 2 choices, basically. 2 choices of who she can be, what she can become. 2 choices. And that choice is, in life, especially in the area of dating and relationships, she can be a receiver. And what exactly is a receiver? This is her biological makeup. This is her programming. She can be a receiver. A receiver is a woman of one husband, receiving one signal from her one and only man, taking on in herself, internalizing his thoughts, his ideas, his vision. She is to be the living embodiment and a reflection of who he is, his essence, and his character. One with him and at peace with him. This is her original design and programming. This was once, way back when, her beauty. The idea that she can reflect, receive information, programming from her man, her only one man. So that's the first choice. The second choice she has, second choice, is that she can be a receptacle. She can choose to simply be a receptacle. And what is that? A receptacle is an object that receives and holds trash. Or as a public toilet, multiple people taking dumps in it, releasing body fluids and excrement, something to be disposed of, something to put waste in. And so is she with her dealings now with multiple men by her own free will, her own choice, based on her own appetite, being dumped in like a wastebasket to use and be discarded. Her as a public porta potty, going from location to location, a garbage can, a toilet. And a garbage can and toilet is exactly what the vag becomes from the libertine and modern strumpet. She's also then the reflection of multiple thoughts and influences as she enjoys intimacy with a variety of males. A promiscuity of mind, so to speak. Also included in this is receiving false information from her local so-called pastor in the variety of televangelists, but mainly the multiple men that she has dealt with and is dealing with and will deal with. Now, the average female in this particular culture, Western American society, in this culture, you already know what she is. She is a receptacle, which in turn means that her value is equivalent to that of used toilet water. Now, men, we have choices too. We have choices too. We can choose to become the protector and the provider, or solely be the one she calls for intimacy. We have those choices. Now, in that, we know that our program and our makeup, that we look for that mainly to be the one that she calls for intimacy, right? The guy she looks for. But there's two types of guys: the guy she looks to be intimate with solely, and the guy that she wants to marry. And every woman, unless she's a virgin, every woman that you know has dealt with a guy for intimacy only. So they may try to act as if that's not so. But on the contrary, they all have done it. But you have a choice to be one or the other. Now, which guy do you actually want to be? Any woman you deal with over the age of 30 is looking for a provider. Of course, after she's written the carousel, right? This is why if you're going to date, it's best to probably date a woman between 18 and 25. But I know some of you guys, that might be a little too young for you. You might like your meat seasoned, but not me. I like mine fresh as possible, right? So your choice is to be the freaky deaky guy she calls up, or you can be the money guy. And guess what? There is really no middle ground. You must choose to be one or the other. The guy who provides and protects, the guy who is marriage material, or the guy she calls up for intimacy. Of course, for us, I think the latter is the preferred option. Now, what do you guys think? Is the modern woman a receiver or receptacle? I already know the answer. Redundant question. And which guy do you want to be? The protective provider or the one she calls up? What you guys think? In fact, let me see what you say. You guys say, Brother Ski says, I don't date women over 28. They're not going to use me for stability crap at age 30. There you go. Smith Jr. says, bees out here are simp drafting, using their overused vag as a lottery ticket. Man, that is a hell of a way to say it. Simp drafting. Absolutely. Black Body says the latter. Mimo says I don't have feelings for women anymore. Wow. That is the preferred position to be in. Mama B says marriage in America is not the option for black men. You're definitely right. Moto Pow, what's happening? What's good, bro? Absolutely. That is not the option. That is not the preferred standing, of course, of a red pill man. John, the Omega Renaissance man, Williams says, I'd rather be mixed. So absolutely go your own way. 153 watching now. Get the likes up. And let me put this PayPal link in the super chat. I mean, in the chat. Now, the second thought I want to go to. 20 minutes in, 152 watching. Get the likes up, get the likes up. Second thought. Tion. Now, how many of you guys actually watched the video Simp Tales and you're familiar with the character Daetion, also known as Tion? If you are familiar and you have seen said video, throw a number 1 in the chat. And we're going to discuss a little bit of that. So I'll just wait for it and read some comments real quick. #1 overall pick in the simp draft is Steve Harvey. Steve got some competition though. So far, we got 2 who understand who the simp Tion is. I see some questions in there. Hold your specific questions, gentlemen, until we get to the end, and I'll try to answer as many as possible. So far, almost everybody in here that's chatting with me is familiar with the simp Tion. So we're going to talk about some things that is revealed in that video about Tion. Some things that we can glean from Tion the simp. Keith Mack says, no cleanup man here. Stack your paper, pump and dump along the way. That's wisdom if I ever heard it, man. Wisdom if I ever heard it. So Tion, Tion. The first thing that stands out about such a character is that he is the son of a single mother. And I know some of us in here are also, but I do understand that many of us have taken the red pill despite of single motherhood. But the first thing that stands out is that Tion is from a single mother household. And that says a lot, very telling. If you notice in the video that Tion greatly sympathized with his mother's decision making and viewed his mom as not the chooser or responsible for her choices, but a victim of her choices. That's the main aspect. Therefore, Tion was programmed to sympathize with the female. He was programmed to think of what is in the best interests of the female. Dominic Coy, thank you for the super chat, sir. So he was programmed in his mind to sympathize with the female, to lean toward her interest, programmed to defend the female frame of mind, worldview, perspective, programmed now to see dating and relationships according to the female mindset, according to what serves the female. This is his programming from the womb out. Every day of his life, he received this type of information from his mother, from the larger society, from his sisters, all that feminine energy, and he received that same programming from all of his male peers, all of his friends around him. Simp programming. And he was programmed to view a woman's mating instincts, the female mating stratagem, which we know is called the nesting instinct, which is contrary to ours because our instinct is to spread seed. Hers is to nest. However, our spreading of seed, we want multiple fields to sow in. And what she wants is exclusivity. In fact, that goes into the next topic. So again, what we learned from Tion is that he was programmed at an early age to become what he is, a simp. Now, the third thought that I have, that was just something real quick, just a point I wanted to make. But that goes into #3, the female mating strategy or mating stratagems, period. So when we think about the female mating strategy, hold up. Michael Danley, thank you so very much, brother, for the $50 super chat. Love you, big bro. #IbMore. Absolutely, Mike. Much appreciated, family. And I appreciate every one of you who is subscribed, who has donated in the past, who just donated, and those who are just rocking with me. Much appreciated. So speaking about the mating strategies, one for the male and one for the female. Now, what men want and what women want in a relationship is always different. Always different. It's said to be a mystery even how the two genders would adversarial mating strategies, opposite mating strategies, how we can attract one another, the male and the female, an adversarial role, right? But is there a beneficial solution, or is there a solution that is beneficial to both parties? We'll explore that a little bit. But essentially, there are two different and two competing mating strategies that are antithetical to one another, adversarial in nature. Again, one stratagem held by the male, one stratagem held by the female. Now, for the male, he is biologically hardwired to seek out sexual variety and to seek out such sexual variety with minimum effort and responsibility. The easiest road possible, the route of least resistance. No man, if possible, wants to work hard for it. I don't like courtship. I can't stand the idea of courtship. I refuse to go on expensive dinner dates. I just can't do it. But now, those who are of like mind, those who want to sow seed in many fields with minimal efforts, society calls this type of behavior, these type of men, players, bachelors. They're called immature. The idea is to shame the male for his biological programmed hardwiring nature. Thank you, Full Circle, for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated, bro. See, the male is visual. He's into looks, not necessarily money or intelligence. In fact, the best thing for a woman is to be quiet. That he's dating anyway. See, he needs her to be beautiful. He needs her to look good. He needs to desire her for seed implantation. Real simple and basic, us men. Men fall in love for looks first, foremost, and secondly, maybe how she treats him. But our true desire, whether you deny it, whether you admit it, but our true desire as men is to deal with as many women as possible. Am I telling the truth? And if you don't think I'm telling the truth, then why is the so-called monogamous men, why do you have the adult movies? Why do you have such? See, it's your design, buddy. Do you know that one man can populate a whole nation, literally give way to thousands of children from the time he hits puberty to maybe in his late 90s and beyond? A man is truly built, designed by the Most High, our Creator, to be a seed sower. In fact, a seed sowing machine. But society says, guess what? You're morally wrong for this. You need to be shamed for this. That's like shaming a lion for his roar. See, it's his programming, it's his wiring to put seed in as many grounds as possible. Now, in my own life, I've learned to accept that. I've learned to accept the fact that I desire multiple women. I'm not ashamed of it. In fact, I embrace it. I'm free. I do not live according to societal expectations against the grain. This is true freedom, freedom expressed in the manosphere, whether you be Ibmore, MGTOW, SYBM, or what have you. But true freedom is not living according to societal expectations, norms, ideas, concepts, to be free from such, to be a man, to be masculine, to have pleasure in such, to have pride in such. Be a man. And thank you. Speaking of men, the gray man. Keep that fire burning. Yes, sir. Much appreciated, family. So the society wants to shame you and say that you're immature, that you're morally wrong for wanting to sow seed. This is your mating strategy. Now for the female, Gray February, $10 super chat. Thank you, bro. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not simp. Excellent. I got to take a drink after that one. Simply Deep, what's happening? Matter of fact, let me get you that wrench, brother. 1 second, gentlemen. So for the female, when it comes to her mating stratagem, her biological program now, her hard wiring now, how she was created now, a female who wants multiple men is a receptacle, a trash basket. Anyway, for the female, her biological programming is to procure one mate. Now that sounds hard to believe, right? But her biological program is to procure one mate based upon, guess what? His resources for a lifetime. Notice I said her biological program is to procure a man for his resources, not for the man in who he is. You're welcome, Simply Deep. Appreciate you rocking with me. So her idea, her mating, I'm sorry, not her idea, her programming is to procure a man for his resources. This is biologically hardwired. It's nothing to get mad at. It's nothing to be upset about. This is just her hard wiring. This is her nature. The girl cannot help it. No, she can't. Her design is to nest and bear children. Ideal for her is to marry a rich man and have a bunch of babies by him. If a rich man is not available, then she will seek a beta male provider of her choosing to take up the slack, to be that utility. This is her strategy. But there's one caveat. As we know, when she's young, she wants to ride the carousel. But when she gets older, 30, 40, now she wants to lock down the beta male provider. She needs to nest. She needs provision. In fact, when we think about the idea of romance, romance is for you, actually. I know it's aimed at the female, but romance is for you. See, she wants you to feel for her. She wants you to love her. You notice how a woman is always asking you, do you love me? She wants to be loved, right? She wants you to feel romantic toward her, right? The reason is because you loving her translates into tangible and immediate benefits. And those benefits are, of course, resources. So the idea is that her mating stratagem is to hook a beta male provider who can fall in love with her and provide her babies and resources. Nothing to be mad about. This is just simply her biological program. This is her mating strategy. This is who she is. This is what she wants. In other words, it's not about who you are as a man, but what you have to offer. This is why when you meet a woman, her number one question will always be, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? So for her, you are a human doing, not a human being. Much different connotation altogether. This is why she refers to you in front of her friends. This is Kenneth, the fireman. Or this is Jeff, the school teacher. See, for her, your wallet is your value, not your character, but your wallet. And only time character matters is when she's trying to determine whether or not you're cheap and introverted, which means that you're not going to go out and spend a lot of money that you're not going to provide for. That's when the character, the personality counts. But you are a human doing, not a human being. Two different mating strategies. The female wants to nest. She wants to procure one man for a lifetime for his resources. The male wants to sow seed. He wants to deal with this woman and that woman. this chick and that chick, this girl and that girl. Which mating strategy should win? Society has picked a winner already. This is why we have family court. This is why we have alimony and divorce laws that are in her favor, which is new. Didn't happen centuries ago and didn't happen thousands of years ago. So society has said the female mating strategy is the moral choice, and the state makes sure that she is the winner. Now, just a thought. I think, although I don't necessarily believe in compromising, right? Don't necessarily believe in compromising, but I think a medium between the two mating strategies will be a third mating strategy. A compromise, if you will. The Thinking Man's Templar, Migto Ibmore, thank you for the $5 super chat, bro. Says, thanks for the inspiration, Ram. Because of you, I got new content for all y'all brothers. Check me out. Love the feedback. Change my page name. Oh, okay. Ghost God. What up, bro? Thinking Man's Templar. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro. So a medium or somewhat a compromising mating strategy would be, in my opinion, and yes, John Williams, Western society caters to the female. In my opinion, a medium between the two opposed mating strategy, they're naturally in opposition to each other, would be polygyny. Polygyny. One man with two or more women under a strong patriarchy. Now let's think about this for a quick second. See, the male gets access to variety, which is his programming. And the female gets access to resources. Perfect system. It's in the scriptures. See, and this system can even be expanded in thought to an owner and worker relationship. Again, one man with multiple women. The man, as the sole proprietor, has employees who works for his business, right? In exchange for wages. So in turn, the wives could work for their one and only husband to bring about more resources. In like a sort of shared human capital. This is biblical, right? Now, some would say that the female would not enjoy polygyny, that this wouldn't work for her. But think about it. One man, multiple women, those women are his employees, all bringing about resources, right? And you think, no, that wouldn't work for a woman. Yes, it would. The idea that women don't like polygyny is hogwash. Don't forget about the 20-80 rule. Do we know what the 20-80 rule is? 20-80 rule is simple. 80% of women are only attracted and are seeking out 20% of the men. The majority of women, for their favorite athlete, entertainer, or guy that they think is cute, a rich guy, will really deal with a man who has a woman. A woman will play her role for a guy who she believes is high valued, a rich guy or a celebrity. But which one is right of these mating stratagems? Which one is best for the propagation of the species, the survival of the species? I think the third one is more correct than anything. Both parties essentially get a piece of what they want. Yeah, we'll speak on Cosby a little bit. Both parties essentially get a piece of what they want. But in my opinion, it really doesn't matter what she wants. She was created to do what? Serve you. Serve you. But the product is defective, isn't it? However, many men, now think about this, fellas, many men will choose the female strategy. He will choose the female dating stratagem, not because it suits him the best, speaking of blue pillars, but men will choose the female strategy because they've been programmed to do so. Example, Tion, Steve Harvey, whatever simp you want to name. The average man thinks just like a woman, just like a female. Now, it may be unknown to him, it may be sublime, but he thinks it's morally right to choose the mating strategy that best suits the female. Again, evidence for this is that it's considered immoral and immature for a man to deal with multiple women. And it's considered very mature and very moral for a man to so-called settle down in a relationship and be monogamous and have one wife and then children, reducing him basically to a workhorse, a beta male provider, a utility. He's also supposed to provide for the children of other men by that same said wife. Children from a previous relationship. He's been programmed to think that that is his duty, that that's his purpose in life, that he has a moral obligation, according to the culture, of course, but he has a moral obligation, according to the culture, to take care of another man's child. And any deviation from this mind program is looked at with great disdain. Any deviation from such. Any deviation for such is met with shaming language. Shaming language such as, in quotations, a real man does A, B, C, F, and G. See, a real man, he ain't afraid to step up and take care of kids that's not his. A real man isn't afraid to deal with a woman who's been with multiple men. A real man isn't. The point is this. Whatever a real man is, it always seems to suit the female in her mating and dating strategy. This is the pattern. A real man is always the one who serves the female agenda. Notice that? A real man is always the one who meets her needs, her wants, her desires. Ultimately, a real man has no desires of his own. And a real man only wants to serve and never to be served. This is the modern blue pill simp. Now, the question is, why and who would conduct such mind programming? Why is society programmed this way? Of course, the answer can be deduced by understanding who benefits from this social structure and institution. Who's the main benefactor of such an arrangement? And of course, the answer is simply the capitalist, the globalist, the capitalist, the global elite, the government. They're the winners because her mating stratagem brings the economy money. Follow the money, right? And to prove this, just think about female spending habits. She is the foundation of a consumer economy. She buys the majority of all goods and services. Now, being a man, most of us are very frugal, right? A bachelor, at least, can be very frugal. But a married man now, he has to spend his resources on his wife and his children. In fact, due to the modern demasculization of the male, the female who works a job will go from an equal partner to taking the lead in the relationship, right? And when she takes the lead, although they both have a job, she will be doing the majority of the spending of both incomes, which is due to her very nature. And her nature is one of waste, selfishness, materialism, vanity, and so have you. Therefore, this mating strategy works best for the Western consumer economy. So then the powers that be have a vested interest in promoting the female mating strategy. A vested interest in ensuring its success. Again, enter divorce laws, alimony, child support. All those things that favor her. So what's the point? What's the point, Black Ram? The point is this. The blue pill beta male simp provider is socially engineered by the powers that be to be kept in a certain place due to sanctions on him placed by the government, punishments, and also through shaming language of women in the general society, right? And the man is programmed to seek female validation, right? So in other words, the beta male blue pill simp is programmed so that the greater society, when I say great, I'm talking about the 1%, the global elite, can make even more money. Real simple. So to be red pill, to be Ibmore, to be MGTOW, right? It's to go against the grain of all societal programming. C. Douglas, thank you, sir. Good game. Salute, bro. Appreciate that. So the idea of being red pill, the idea of being Ibmore, is to go against the grain of society, to refuse blue pill thinking, to refuse simping, to refuse consumerism, to protest the global elite, to be free in mind. It works in the same vein. As red pill men, we are super aware. But the blue pillars, it's needful then for them to think like a woman, but look like a man, and sometimes look like a woman and think like a woman. But societal definition of a real man is a man who works hard and take care of his wife and his family. That's being morally good. But see, we refuse as red pill men to be a utility. Now, this makes you, of course, an outcast, but we're comfortable with being an outcast. We're proud of such. We reject the programming. We take the red pill. This is the way of Ibmore. So a real man is complete in himself and does not need or even desire a wife and kids. He can do just fine without it. What do you guys think? Broski says, notice how females tell you the way you should view them without them actually living the way they want to be viewed. Absolutely right. She wants to sell you a dream. Sell you a dream so you can have a certain ideal of her, so you can idealize her, so she can put you in the trick bag, so she can have you in the palm of her hand. Travis Ryder said the very thing that makes black men strong are the very thing that we are despised for. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're despised for our masculinity. Mike Gates, $5 super chat, red pill all day. Thank you, brother. My fellow West Side Chicago brother. Appreciate you, Mike, from the Humble Park area. Number 4. I hear you, J. Rob. I hear you. I really do. Number 4. The fourth thought. If you're just tuning in, we have 205 watching. That means I need you to get the likes up. Need you to get the likes up. 205 watching. Get the likes up. This is Cognac Field Thoughts number 3. Hope you got something to drink. Tap water, bottled water, orange juice, whatever your drink of choice is. Hope you got it. Cognac Field Thoughts. In fact, let me get another little drink real quick. Give me a second. All right. The gray man says the female is our natural enemy. Just look at the scriptures for verification. Absolutely. Absolutely. Appreciate you again, Michael Danley. All right. Ironic. How you say that? Ironic black man, yep, cheating on her man while complaining about her husband being inadequate. Absolutely. Broski said therapy opens up the mind. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, yes, yes. So the fourth thought. The fourth thought here. Do you really need a female to submit to you? That's a question. You can say yes or no in the chat. Do you really need a female to be submissive to you? Is this necessary? Is it necessary for a female to give you her submission? Mr. Barlow says, okay, 90 to 65 New Orleans. Wow. They're trying to make it a series, huh? What's up, Sion Dion? Appreciate that. No. One guy said, of course. One guy says, yes, absolutely. Some people says yes. Some people say yes. Jack Carbon, appreciate the super chat, bro. It says, I can't be the man I need to be with my wife. Hence these D papers I'm working on. I'm teaching my 7-year-old son principles of manhood he can understand. Wow, absolutely. Teach your little man those principles so he can avoid the traps and the pitfalls. That's what this is all about. That's what it's all about. This is what we're here for. So do you need a woman to submit? Some says yes, some say no. And I have a video about how to get a woman to submit, and I've been an advocate of women submitting to men. And I still do believe in female submission, but I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about female submission. Again, I am an advocate of female submission, truly, truly, truly. But I'm thinking about something here that's a little bit, how can I say, a little bit against the grain. I wouldn't say it's a contradiction, but let me interject a thought. Let me interject a thought real quick. Now, so do you really need a woman to submit? Let's examine this. Now, we know by taking the red pill that there are really no real wifeable women in modern society, right? We know that. There truly aren't really any, I would say, wifey material out here in this day and age, for the most part. Are there some exceptions? An exception would be extremely, extremely rare. Can you think of any exceptions in your own life? Many of us cannot. But since there really is no wifeable material, an absence of wifey material, video by the same name, right? The modern woman in today's world is severely used. Severely used. And in thinking about that, since there really no real wifeable material, then what are we doing? What are we doing? What's the point of it? See, I no longer have the ego involved in relationships. I don't have the ego of saying, hey, I'm the boss of the relationship. Now, of course, a woman has to give me a certain amount of respect. It's mandatory. I'm not talking about disrespect. But at this age and at this point in time, dealing with reality, I really don't need submission. All I'm looking for is a casual arrangement. See, you can't build nothing with a woman anyway. Can't build nothing with her. Why do I need her submission? She's unwifeable. She's not your woman. She's not your woman anyway. I don't care who you get. There are some exceptions, but that's rare. She's not your woman anyway. So why do you need her to submit? She's community property. She belongs to the community. She doesn't belong to me. She belongs to this man and the man before me, the man she deals with during me, the man after me, the man after him. John Williams says women in 2018 are completely used up by the time they reach 25. Absolutely. And they start early. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, but you can't build anything with her. She ain't your woman. You got to share her with the men of her past. You got to share with the men of the present. And she will have another man that's not you in the future. You also got to deal with a baby daddy, or at least the children of such said baby daddies. What does she have to offer you? What is the benefit that she is in your life? Why do you need to have her submit to you? I'm thinking forget provision and protection and forget guiding a woman. Forget guidance. A woman can't appreciate that anyway. Her submitting to you, does that really serve you? Wifey ain't out there, man. Let's deal with reality. Ideally, you would want a beautiful woman who's humble and submissive, have your babies, produce your legacy or legacies, your children, your offspring. But ain't no woman worthy of that. Like I said in another video, what woman do you know is worthy to have your children? Which woman would you pick to be the mother of your child or your mother? Robert McKinney, absolutely. She will always, always, always leave you. And Otis, what you just stated, I got something to say about that in a little bit. So forget provision and protection and guidance. She can't appreciate that. That doesn't serve you. Wifey ain't out there. The best you can get is a woman who may not be stepping out on you, but she's going to be rebellious. She's going to be at least a form of thought. Is any thought formal or current wife material? So any woman you meet, it should be just simply casual. Why do we assume that she deserves our leadership? Why do we assume that she deserves our guidance? Why do we assume that she deserves to be a wife? Why do we assume that she deserves your husbandry? Why do we assume that? She can't appreciate a true leader anyway. She doesn't deserve a good man anyway. What benefit, if somebody can put that in the chat, what benefit is there in leading and guiding a woman? What is in it for you? Can you tell me? You get to feel macho? Huh? You get to pump your chest? For what, man? So you can say your woman submitted to you? What you need that for? What's the point? See, men are asked to hold on to very traditional values when it comes to relationships and marriage, providing and protecting, while women are told to embrace non-traditional values. It's a new age, right? The male is supposed to be the monogamous breadwinner, provider, and protector. And he only gets to lead in times of trouble, lead when it comes to finances, paying a bill, lead at that. That's what she means when she says she wants a leader, she wants to submit. She wants to submit to your resources and your provision. You don't want to submit to you as a man. So she wants to do what she wants to do and be liberated from traditionalism, why she wants you to hold on to those values. Thank you, Robert McKinney. Says, I am Black Ram times 1 billion. Absolutely. 1 billion. Vlad Jones says, we will reach a tipping point, or are we in a slow-mo male-female relations apocalypse that will play out over years or decades? That's a great question. I hope you can repost that at the end. I can probably try to deal with that. But see, the female, she's not humble. She's not quiet. She's not chaste. She's not loyal. She's not faithful. She's not agreeable. She sure ain't submissive. She's disagreeable. She's expressive. She's promiscuous. She has many male friends. She's materialistic. She's vain. She wants her own money and have yours too. Then she want to divorce you, get your money, and get another man's money too. She wants to be the leader, but without the responsibility. She wants to be independent financially, but at the same time now, she wants you to take care of her. She wants all the benefits without any work and accountability. This is the essence of female nature. The essence of it. The essence of female nature is this. So for me, I think I don't desire nothing from her but the box. Let her live her own life on her terms. And you do the same. Hook up on occasions, and that's it. Are we really still in 2018 trying to build with women? Are you really trying to be her protector and her provider for the return of fake submission? Fake submission. Isn't this a waste of time? What you guys think? Do you still think that we should expect submission and desire submission from a woman? Jack Carbon says, we as men have to realize that gynocentrism is the enemy. It's where feminism stems from, and the reason why females have dropped the traditional role of the relationship. Absolutely. Robert McKinney says the female is only powerful because she is surrounded by endless hordes of simps. Absolutely. John Wick says the box ain't whack. And a lot of times it is. It's used up. Gray February says the family court system is her protector and provider. Absolutely. Travis Ryder says female wants the man's power, but not the man's duties. Absolutely. Absolutely. So is it even necessary? Is it even reasonable? What's the point of trying to say, hey, woman, submit to me? For what? Absolutely. I can't pronounce your name. It looks like it says Isdeen Yaya. Submission will come only from virgin. Yeah. Yeah. If you want submission, that's something you probably, it's only really credible from a virgin, right? I'm not saying that there are not any women that can probably out there and truly have a heart to submit. I'm not trying to disparage every single female who wants to submit, but just an idea. Do you really need that? Does it really serve and benefit you? Ghost and Wild Black, $5 super chat. Thank you, bro. Says, sadly, it's over. We have to let feminism run itself into the ground and start from scratch. Absolutely. Absolutely. 215 watching. Get the likes up for me, fellas. This is Cognac Field Thoughts, the third installment. Grab your drink, some grown man talk, bottled water, tap water, whatever your choice is. Simply Deep got his. Jack Carbon, I know you got yours, right? We in here, we talking, we rapping, men's talk, we chilling. Friday night, hanging out, Black Ram 313. Let me take a sip. We in here, fellas. Fifth thought. Fifth thought. Has the red pill been a good pill for you so far? J-Rod, don't worry about that. I appreciate you just being here, brother. It's not all about that. I'm here because I love the brotherhood. Has a red pill been a good pill so far? The red pill comes in a bitter flavor. If there ever was a hard pill to swallow, the red pill is that. A rough pill. A rough pill to swallow. But at the same time, it may go in bitter, but once it reaches the belly, it can be forever satiating. Black man's Thinking Man's Templar says saved his life and his sanity. Yes, it is a lifesaver, isn't it? In fact, it's a brother named Red Pill Lifesaver. Whenever you listen to this, or if you're in the chat room, shout out to him. His name is Red Pill Lifesaver. Makes a lot of sense, right? Red pill is a pill that can save us from the ills of society, right? The hardest part about the red pill for me as an individual on the red pill journey started at a young age with that journey. But the red pill is rough. Knowing female nature can be both liberating, but at the same time, it can be depressing when you come to certain realizations, certain internalizations, realizing certain things. Number one, knowing that she will never love you and knowing that she will always leave you. Knowing these things is a blessing and a curse. Also realizing that any woman you have, she's only there temporarily and she just hasn't left yet. She is still waiting on the better deal, hence hypergamy, the essence of female nature. One of the greatest realizations for me when it comes to the red pill is that not only should she not be a priority, but she should only be a small, replaceable accessory, like a cheap belt that you should have a few of anyway. Does she have any more value than that? Now, I understand that we may have relationships with women at current that may that you may not feel that way, but going forward, in my mind, any woman I meet and deal with now is just a replaceable accessory. That's it. That's it. Just a replaceable accessory. No priority, an accessory. See, we have to get rid of this idea. Congratulations on getting your CDL, Thinking Man's Templar. We have to get rid of the idea. Oh, absolutely, Smith. We got to be a minimalist. Get rid of the idea of having a true companion. That's the hardest part. The idea of having a true companion. That's what we really want, right? Get rid of the idea of having a true companion. Get rid of the idea of a woman to have by your side. Keith Mack, what was the last straw that made me red pill? Just internalization of the fact that a woman would always leave you and she's never satisfied in particular. In particular. I can talk more about that in a minute. So get rid of the idea of having a woman by your side, a true and constant companion, a woman to go through the storms of life with. That's what we really want, right? We want a supporter. We want a woman that's going to serve, a woman that's going to bring comfort to us. That's what we're really looking for. We're looking for a woman that is going to bring comfort to us. Absolutely, the dog is true, more of a true companion, brother. Definitely. A supporter, a servant. But you can't have that. Not in this world. You can't have a woman by your side. You can't have that true companionship. You can't have that servitude. You can't have that support. No. Remember, it is the female dating stratagem that society pushes. See, you have to help her with her children by another man. You have to be her servant. She's not for you. You're to be by her side. If I can talk about the simp in a little bit. Her side, her servant. Help her with her children. And instead of a companion, in your woman, you have a competitor, an adversary. Where are the real women at? This is why we initiate the catch and release system, right? But rest assured that whoever you are as a man, whatever you have to offer as a man, both internal and externally, know that for her, it would never be enough. Know that she wants variety. Know that she wants more. There is no woman that is ever happy or content with the man in her life, ever. And she's always going to go against you. You may not hear it, but she complains about you constantly to her girlfriends. She complains about you constantly to her male best friend. When she speaks of you, it is always negative. No matter how much you have done or are doing for her, she wants more. And the funny thing is, once you give a woman your servitude, your undying love, when you pledge your allegiance to her, when you give her the servitude that she demands and asks for, right? She will turn around and despise you for giving it to her. And that's some creature, ain't it? That's the ugly truth. Do you accept it? Turf Orca, thank you for the super chat, brother. Says, we sincerely appreciate your dialogue as well as your unadulterated and unapologetic truth. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. But she's some creature. See, a woman's mind is always in several places, never solely on her mate where it should be. Her obsession is always on the things that she does not have. Her mind knows no contentment. She's never thankful for whatever she has. She's always looking for the next man. Now, how can you ever be comfortable in a relationship with such a creature? Thank you, Raymond Jackson, for the super chat. $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Always looking for the next man. Can't get comfortable with that. You don't believe she's always looking for the next man? Why does your girlfriend, your wife, ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, whatever your relationship status is, why is it that she always wears that tight dress? Why does she put on the makeup? Why? Simple answer. Her goal is always to attract a mate, even when she already has one. Again, the reason why she wears the tight dress and the makeup and the high heel shoes is because her desire is to always attract a new mate, even if she has 1, 2, or 3 or more. Looking to monkey branch. She's a natural cheater. Natural cheater. Now, this is not her programming. This has been instituted by the larger society. However, that seed of wickedness was born in her. But anyway, she's a natural cheater. She has to have the male friends, the play brothers, the cousins, the options. Each man to her is like money in the bank. And she definitely wants more money, or at least have the option of such. Otherwise known as beta male orbiters, also known as the fan club, also known as the friend zoned. And knowing these things, we must learn to only desire them physically because she has nothing in the mental. Some creature, right? Talking to a woman is often very exhausting. Dealing with a woman, period, is often very exhausting, just for a few minutes of pleasure. Does Ram, is there any benefit of getting a relationship? Can you think on one other than access to intimacy? I really can't, brother. Because what you want from a woman, you can't get. She has not the capacity to love you like you love her. She doesn't have the capacity to truly love you. She always wants something more, always wants something different. Never satisfied. And always leave you. So just the basic you can't get from her. Loyalty, you can't even get that. It's not even possible anymore. Women are exhausted. Talking to women is exhausting. Have you ever noticed when you're talking to a woman, she's always offended or mad about something? If you joke with a woman or you crack a joke on her, she's going to get offended. Now, if she crack a joke on you, it's cool. But her feelings are always hurt. You know, you can't have a real candid conversation about anything with a woman. Any real, truthful, or candid conversation will always lead to a woman's feelings being hurt. Will always lead to her being offended. Especially if your mind doesn't mirror the modern mainstream liberal gynocentric feminist mindset. But there's always an issue. Can't talk to her at all without offending her. Always looking to be offended. Always. From my observation, at some point in a relationship, I don't care who you are, my opinion, but also an observation. When you're dealing with a woman, brothers, at some point in a relationship, she's going to develop a resentment towards you. She's always going to develop a resentment, no matter who you are, how you are, no matter how much game you have. If you're in a long-term relationship with a female, at some point in time, she's going to develop some sort of resentment toward you. Mainly because she doesn't respect you. And the reason why she doesn't respect you, gentlemen, is because she has no fear of you. And the reason she has no fear of you is because you can't truly punish her for anything due to the society. And since you can't punish her, she can't respect you. Therefore, she's going to grow resentment towards you. Therefore, you can never be a husband, a true husband in this society. For those who read the Bible, husband does mean Lord and master. And as long as the state has her back, which is her true husband, she can never be your true wife. Do you really need her to submit? This is the red pill, right? This is the red pill. So I no longer seek after long-term relationships. I'm attracted to women, very much so, but only physically. It's extremely rare to be attracted to a woman's mind. Almost impossible. See, to like a woman's mind, to love a woman's mind. Think about this for a minute, fellas. To like a woman's mind, to love a woman's mind, to be attracted to a woman's mind means that you have to love this world. And to love this world is to love the status quo. It is to love Hashatan, Satan himself. To love her is to love the world because she's a reflection of it. To love her is to love materialism. To love her mind is to love materialism, to love vanity, to love consumerism, to love waste, to go to church and love JC. That's what it means to love a woman. To love a woman means to love everything that is worldly. Now, the scripture says, love not the world. Love not the world. So if you're attracted to a woman's mind, you have to be a worldly. I do not like the succubus. She's only a turn on physically, but an absolute turn off mentally. What do you guys think? What you guys think about that? Kevin Hopkins says, do you still catch feelings, Ram? I do, but only after intercourse. I don't really catch feelings anymore. There are women I deal with currently that I have feelings for, but I don't think I can have feelings for any more women because the red pill has been so internalized and so great. I can fall in lust with a young, beautiful woman, but I can't fall in like with any woman's mind because I'm gonna be honest with you, the modern mind of the succubus is disgusting to me. Literally makes me want to vomit. Broski says, I'm sick of hearing a succubus talk if she's not benefiting me physically or financially. Absolutely. Jay Tate says she has no mind. That's true. No mind to speak of at all. See, Douglas, thank you, brother. Truism. I'll drink to that. I appreciate you, bro. The succubus will always lie. Absolutely. Robert McKinney says, a way to a woman's heart is to provide her all the vices that are corrupt. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everything that's evil, she's going to be attracted to. Bet your bottom dollar. Absolutely. Chad Foster says, it's not like they ask you things about your personality or even family. That stops early. As an adult, for the first thing they ask is what you do for a living. So true. Absolutely. Absolutely. So the red pill is a bitter pill. It's a rough pill. We have to internalize it. However, it can be a rough time doing so. Alchemist 13 says, I just found out I'm having twin daughters. Can you make a video about how you would raise girls in this world? Alchemist 13, I have a video on my channel called 7 Things to Tell My Daughter, because I actually have one. So check that video out. And if you haven't done so, I have a second channel called Black Ram for Vengeance. Black Ram for Vengeance. That's my second channel. I have videos on that channel. And in fact, I'm going to put my second channel in the chat. And when you gentlemen get a chance, sub to this channel by clicking on the icon. Black Ram 313, also known as Black Ram for Vengeance. College Makes You Dumber says, I'll stay in the shadows. Absolutely. In the shadows is where we live. In the shadows. Do everybody know what we're referring to when we say in the shadows? Is everybody in the chat familiar what it means to be in the shadows? I hope so. Yeah, so sub to Black Ram for Vengeance. It's my second channel. Check me out. Next thought. Let me see what we got here. I do have notes. Don't have all these thoughts just rolling around in my brain. So let me get to my note. What number are we on? Thought number 6. Number 6 out of 8. 229 watching now. If you just tuned in, you're listening to Cognac Field Thoughts, the 3rd installment. Grab something to drink, bottled water, your drink of choice. It can be orange juice, whatever you like. We hanging out, like we at the barbershop, like we at the bar. It's a Friday night. We got our beverage. We just sitting back chopping it up, man. We got updates on the game. In fact, what's the update on Golden State in New Orleans? If you're listening on the playback, never mind that. But our next stop. A secret about men. I'm going to tell a secret. We probably don't have any women in here, so this is some stuff we already know, but I want to bring out. Want to bring it out. A secret about men. And I don't know if we're going to be honest, but listen, this is therapy, right? And what do I say about therapy, gentlemen? Do anybody know? This is therapy. What is my number one saying about therapy? Wait for if anybody is gonna mention that. New Orleans is winning. Oh yeah. 119 and 98. Wow. My favorite saying about therapy is that there is no lying in therapy. There is no lying in therapy. So yes, John Williams, we're going to take out an honest moment here. A secret about men. A big secret. A secret that we're too macho to talk amongst each other or really let a woman know. But this is therapy. We're going to talk about it a little bit. We in here chilling. We got our beverages. I'm going to talk about a secret that we got. 119 to 100. Is that the final score? All right. So, a secret. Secret about men. The big secret about men is this. Is that almost, not every man, there are some men who transcend and are on another level. This is how we know the red pill works. The red pill works. There are men who have transcended our ideas and our thoughts and who have transcended the bondage that we are in, the bondage to our very own nature, the bondage to want to please the female, the bondage to seek validation from the female. There are men who truly have transcended that. But for those who have not, our deep, dark, dirty secret about us, a secret about men, what we don't know, what we don't realize, well, we do realize this, but we like to hide what we don't like to say. Yep, there's no lying in therapy. What we don't like to say is almost all of us, what we really, 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 really want, what men really, really want is that we want to be loved by women. This is what we really want. Now you can play and act as if that you're so tough and macho, but this is what we really want. We want to be loved by a woman. We want the love of a woman. Yeah, intimacy is important. Yes, 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 yes. It's important. But let's be honest. Let's be honest. We want her love, right? Remember, now think about this. Remember when you were young, being infatuated with the pretty girl in the classroom? This is your biological hardwiring. Go back. Let's regress. Think back to that first pretty girl in elementary school, or even in high school, that you had an infatuation for. Think about it. And think about the butterflies in the stomach. Think about the heart skipping a beat. Think about the woman that you set your eyes upon and you immediately felt something in your chest. Remember that one girl that you really liked? For me, it was always two or three. Maybe for you, it was just one. But for me, it was always two or three girls that I really liked. I'm not like most males for some reason. I must be related to Solomon and David. I don't know. But remember that one girl that you really, really liked? Do you remember how that felt? Do you remember? Remember how that felt? You wanted to love and be loved, even as an adult. See, you're the one men, who wants the romance. See, for her, it's the sexual and money. But for you, it's love and sex. Yes. She wants the intimacy and money. You want the love and the intimacy. That's what you want. You're the true lover, the true romantic, the one with the heart, the one who gets hurt. That's who you are. We don't like to admit it, but there's no lying in therapy, men. No lying. At 242 watching, thank you all for joining me. Cognac Field Thoughts number 3. But that's what you want. You want her to love you. See, for her, the idea of loving her means that she gets your resources. This is why she wants love from men. She wants the resources. She's a receiver of love, not a giver. But you want to give it and you want to receive it from her as well. But the female, she views love as a financial transaction only. But you see it as something spiritual, something deep, something heartfelt, something real, although intangible. For her, love is a financial transaction. You don't believe me. You don't believe me. I say again, love for the female is a financial transaction. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. You want love for the sake of love. She wants love for the sake of money. It is a financial transaction. Let me prove it. If there is a woman watching, I'm going to prove it to you. Love for her is a financial transaction. Exhibit A, for example. When a woman receives love, she wants to experience that love through gifts. For her, gifts, materialism equals love. I'm going to say it again. Materialism for the woman equals love. She wants the gifts. She wants the restaurants. She wants the concerts. She wants the plays. She wants the shows. She wants the trips. You're comfortable at home just holding her. I know you claim you don't, but you want to hold, you want to cuddle with a woman, man. Let's be real. There's no lying in therapy. I say again, there's no lying in therapy. You want to cuddle. Yes, you do. Yeah. But for her, she needs to be on an island to do that. For her, she needs to be at an expensive restaurant. For her, she needs an expensive ring. For her, she needs an expensive necklace for that. Shower her with gifts. That's how she receives love, through the material, because she is an animal, devoid of a soul, flesh only for her. But you have a heart, a higher purpose, right? You have real feelings. Again, love for her is a financial transaction. Show me you love me, she says, through giving me money. You think women would care about a wedding if it wasn't so expensive? If it wasn't so vain? You think women would care about a wedding if it wasn't a way to show your financial bondage to her? If it wasn't a celebration of her win over you? She doesn't love for the sake of loving, but that's what we want. See, for a woman, when you say you're committed to a woman, when you tell a woman you're giving her your commitment, you know what that means to her in her mind? That means in her mind that you are committing your finances to her. Because for her, this is the ultimate display of love. This is how she experienced love, through the financial and the material. But for you, you are spiritual. You look at the soul. You're captured by her smile. You want her loyalty. You want her love. You experience love through the soul. I'm going to say that again. You experience love through the soul. She experiences love through the material. You have a soul. Does she have one? You be the judge. You be the judge. What do you guys think? J. Rob says, I feel like if you have intercourse with a woman, her evil spirits can connect to you. I just agree with that, because she is the receptacle. She is a receiver. You are the transmitter. Her body is an open crevice. Yours is not. You're meant to give. She's meant to receive. The genders are not equal in mind, body, or soul. You can't catch her spirits, but she can catch yours. Some men may disagree with that, but there is no equal exchange there. The reason why you feel the way you feel about a woman is because you actually do have a heart and a soul. You want to love her. You have a capacity to love more than one. She doesn't. She doesn't. Danielle says, men love ideally, women love opportunistically. Absolutely. Definitely a parasite, Series B. Is it married a gold card? Yep. Mayo Selah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jack Carmen says you're not sure that she has one. That's the question, right? That is the question. Pause for a little drink. 236 watching now. We got our likes up. 233. Get them up. Get them up. If you haven't subscribed, excuse me, to Black Ram for Vengeance, I ask that you do so. For those who want to donate via PayPal, because I've been asked, I'm going to put my PayPal link in the chat. Appreciate everybody for joining me. We're going to go on to the next thought real quick. The seventh thought. 7 out of 8. We've been hanging out for about an hour and a half. What up, Fortitude? The seventh thought. It's about the succubus. The succubus does not want you. She don't want you. But she doesn't want anyone else to want you either. She has a real disdain and an abhorrence for you. She has just as much aught against you, resentment against you, as the colonizer. She wants to see you in a soup line at the local shelter. You notice how they always try to get channels shut down and so on and so forth. She wants you to be silenced. She wants you to be miserable. The succubus feels the same way about you that the Southern Europeans felt about you in the Jim Crow era. She feels the same way about you, the succubus. The succubus feels the same way about you as those men felt about Emmett Till when they beat him to death. Feels the same way. I hear you, Jack Carbon. See, she ain't your sister. Kind of irks me when I hear guys say the sisters. She ain't your sister, man. That's an enemy. You can't see that. You can't see that. Mike Gates, you going to Berwyn, huh? I'm gonna go over there with you, bro. I want one of them too. But she ain't your sister. You know, we're alone in this struggle. We're alone. And it's rough because even the wise among us, it's hard for us to unite or even dialogue without jealousies and egos getting in the way. But she ain't your sister. A couple of things you got to know. You got to know who your real enemies are. Exactly, Jack. Not sisters, not queens, none of that. She ain't your sister. She don't want to see you happy. She don't want you, don't want nobody else to want you. Feels the same way about you as those who hung us. Fortitude, pour you up a shop? Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, that's a reason to pause and get another drink. Hold on a second. Reason to pause. 1 second. But yeah, she ain't your sister. She ain't your sister. Which goes to the eighth thought. The eighth thought. You can only love what's yours. You can only love what's yours, and she's not yours. You can't love her. As a group or individuals, she's not yours. They are not ours. So why would you protect something or love something that's not yours? Something that you don't own. Something that you don't control. Ignore her in the streets. You provide and protect that which belongs to you. You provide and protect something that serves you. You can only love what's yours. Bobby Digital. Only own what's yours. Love what's yours. So why protect it? Why look out for it? For a car broken down by the road, I'm gonna keep going. She don't belong to you. She ain't your sister. She's your adversary. Those are my 8 thoughts. I got a few more points I want to make. But yeah, to wrap that up, she ain't your sister. Negroes are crazy. Thank you for the $5 super chat, bro. The secret about men is that we, oh no, I can't go for that one. I can't go for that one. No, no, no. But I appreciate the super chat, bro. I saw, so I'm done with my 8 thoughts. Now I'm just going to say a few things about some other stuff before we get into questions. I was at a store in my neighborhood recently, and I saw this Indian woman, Eastern Indian woman, young too, had to be in her early 20s, but she was very, very dark skinned, long flowing hair, beautiful Eastern Indian young woman, very, very dark skinned. And I thought to myself, Wouldn't that be a lovely alternative to the BAW? Wouldn't that be a lovely alternative to the succubus? Like if you like dark skin, which I do, light skin too, even if she purple, even if she was a Smurf. Anyway, um, but a great alternative, beautiful alternative. You like dark skin Indian woman. I was just amazed. Real hair too. Now there are those who takes her hair and wear it on their heads, but right there in the natural, right there. About an hour and 41 minutes in, you have been listening to my Cognac Field Thoughts, part 3, or number 3. You got 233 watching. Appreciate each and every one of you. I want to talk about a few things, some current events. Are you guys still with me? We still have our beverages. We're still hanging out. So Bill Cosby, found guilty. Were you all surprised? If you were not surprised, throw a 1 in the chat. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised at all. It was a witch hunt from the beginning anyway. I mean, how old is the case? Supposedly. Very, very old. We're talking about 20, 30 years ago. Goodness gracious. And here go the thing. You don't have no witnesses. You don't have any physical evidence. All you have is her word versus his, or their words versus his. But guess what? In this society, women can't lie, can they? Now listen, he was convicted just on a woman's testimony, her points. 30 years later. Now, why did you wait 30 years? That's the elephant in the room. Why did you wait 30 years? If it was so bad, he was so horrible, why did you wait all this time? I guess there's no statute of limitation on such, right? This system is utterly wicked and corrupt. I don't have to tell you guys that. But what this means to me, what I took from out of the whole thing, was it racially motivated, of course. But out of the whole thing, what I got out of that is this. A woman's word is worth a hell of a lot more than yours. And if it's your statement versus her statement, hers will win. In other words, her testimony is worth 10 people versus your 1. The whole system is adversarial. I'm on child support, right? When I went to child support court, my baby mama had an attorney there provided to her by the state. I did not. My point is that the society is rigged for her to win each and every time. Yeah, Jack Harper, I heard that because he tried to buy NBC. And it probably was that main motivator to punish him for that. Very, very possibly. But it's a fascinating thing to see the things we talk about here on these venues of the Red Pill. These things come to pass. She absolutely, or they absolutely, the she's absolutely have one hell of an advantage. Hell of an advantage. I hear you colleges make you dumber. Hell of an advantage, man. Her word is worth 10 to 1. Amazing. What that means to me is that being a man is becoming even scarier and scarier, which means we need to be even more careful. More careful in our dealings. And if we'd be wise, we wouldn't deal with them at all. Because it's getting increasingly scary out here. Increasingly. And it's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. And not just black men with money and power and influence and fame and notoriety, but it's coming home to the average guy too, in more ways than one. We talked about that. Dangerous time it is to be a male. Now you are red pill aware, so you can kind of avoid some of the pitfalls. Thrillers Desperado, the one was for people who were surprised about Cosby's conviction. Mr. Barlow says, like playing basketball and you up 20 points. The woman in the fourth quarter, hard to come back from that. Yes, it is. 20 points in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left. The opposing team has the ball as well. Kodash Shaya says, we'll have to be in the shadows 24/7, 365. Yeah, that's where we should live anyway. We should live in the shadows, man. We should live in the shadows. So, rough time, man. Rough time. So, yeah, you know, a lot of people disagree with Bill Cosby, but you can't, some of his thoughts, his ideas, but Bill Cosby was an American icon. A lot of history there. Seeing him on the screen inspired a lot of people. Can't take away the fact that he's was a wise, great, and intelligent man, still is. 80 years old, and what they're doing to them is just so wrong on so many levels, man. And whether we like it or not, he's still our brother. All we have is us. He's your brother, but she's not your sister, right? Well, my heart goes out to him, man. 80-year-old man, maybe in prison for the rest of his days. And you see, when it really comes down to it, the money really doesn't do too much, does it? When they want you, right? In the shadows is where we got to live, right? We seek peace, right? But my heart goes out to Mr. Cosby, man. No matter what happens, I'll explain the shadows in a minute. No matter what happens to him, I don't think he deserves it. And it's just a lesson for all of us that we are in the land of our enemies. We're in the land of our enemies. And no matter what, these people do not love us. Supremacist, gynocentric society. That's what it is. But in the shadows we go. So Issa Rae, are you guys familiar with the controversy surrounding her statements or points that she made in her book? If you are, number one in the chat, I just don't want to be talking if people are not familiar with the current event of Issa Rae's statements. We're going to examine that and talk about that a little bit. Number one in the chat, real quick. Let me grab a sip. So we all pretty much familiar with that. All right, so Issa Rae. So for those who don't know, the little bit that I do know about it is that Issa Rae, the creator of Awkward Black Girl, wrote a book called Awkward Black Girl, and also the creator of the television series Insecure, which I do watch and I actually do enjoy. It really shows you the promiscuity and the mindset of today's succubus. So it is very telling to watch and also predictable. So Issa Rae, in fact, I think her fame started on YouTube, on social media, and on the internet, and now has an HBO show. So Issa Rae believes that Asian men should marry the succubus because they share a common experience, being highly educated, but being the least desired on the dating market, so to speak. So her idea is for Asian men to marry and date the succubus, the BAW. Now, the first thing I want to say is this: how funny it is, right? Now, it's not to say anything disparaging about Asian men, but they're typically short, right? Typically shorter men, right? But I thought he had to be so tall. They're typically shorter. I thought he had to be tall, thuggish, and macho. And that's not the idea that comes to mind when you see a guy from Asia. Tall, dark-skinned, thuggish, and macho is not what you see. And those among them who are wealthy, they don't seem to flaunt it. So it's amazing that she sets a certain standard for you as a man. You got to be tall. You got to be built. You got to be macho. You got to be thugging. You got to be educated. You got to be all of these things if you're a black man. But everybody else, they can just be whoever they are. Amazing, isn't it? And I agree for Issa Rae. I agree with Issa Rae. The succubus should date out. You're on the bottom of the dating pool, you should date out. That would save us a lot of heartache, trouble, a lot of prison time, all the things that she brings. Broski said agents won't marry black women on a large scale. It would dishonor their family. Absolutely. Absolutely. She at the bottom of the totem pole. Ain't nobody checking for her. This is just idealistically. She knows that. Ain't nobody checking for them. Everybody knows that the succubus is the worst. She leads in STDs. She leads at eliminating life out of the womb. She brings destruction. She is a god. She is a goddess. The succubus is a goddess. Yes. Hey, listen, gentlemen. I'm going to say this again. To everybody out there, Black Ram 313 on the record, I'm saying that the succubus is a goddess. She's a goddess or the goddess of destruction and death and STDs and bad attitude and stinky weave. All of that. She leads in every category that's the worst. So she should date out, encourage it. But here's the thing, nobody really wants the succubus. Nobody want to deal with that bad, funky attitude. Is she educated? Yeah. But why is it worth only $5 then, right? She leads in obesity as well. So she's the goddess of the bad attitude, the goddess of STDs, the goddess of obesity. Yeah. Absolutely. The only person that wants the succubus is the submissive, weak, and beggarly simp. That's it. That's the only one who want it. So yeah, Issa, go and get you an Asian man. They'll probably run from you. She educated, but she got all that debt. She educated, but she got 2 baby daddies. Can you imagine Chang and Keisha with Tyrone's baby? Can you imagine that? Where they gonna live in the hood or out of the hood? Can you imagine that? And then they have a baby. Then that baby gonna have to have her last name. That's what the succubus do. It's her last name. You notice that? When the succubus have children, it's always their last names, not the last name of the father. Amazing. But that's the succubus too. That's the succubus for you though. So yeah, she can have it. But I guess everybody can dream, right? The succubus is saying, hey, if don't nobody want you, we can hook up. But nope. Chang got his girl. And she just stuck at the bottom of the dating pool. Everybody knows universally nobody wants a succubus. Nobody wants that. Now, to explain the shadows, I'm going to entertain some questions real quick. Well, no. I still got a few things to say before we go into questions, but I'm going to go and explain what it means to be in the shadows. What it means to be in the shadows. I believe it was Fortitude that asked that question. Fortitude, if that was you, let me see you put a 1 in the chat, Fortitude. Or if it wasn't you, Fortitude, I want to see whoever asked that question to put 1 in the chat so I can just see who I'm talking to. In the shadows. Imagine for a minute. Walk with me for a minute. You're a guy. You have on black shoes, black pants, black shirt, a hoodie over your head. It's late at night. Nobody's out. You're walking down the street in the shadows. In the shadows. Also known as ghosting. What it means to be in the shadows is this. You're not looking for attention. You're an introvert. You're not talking to anybody. So let's start your day. Here go the day of a person who is living in the shadows. All my shadow people. I have my shadow people and I have my walk in the dark people, which are pretty much the same. But all my shadows people, let me get a number 2 in the chat for all my shadows people. And I'm going to talk about the day of a man in the shadows, just to illustrate to you what it means to be in the shadows, right? All my shadows people, number 2 in the chat. So this is the average day for a man in the shadows, right? You wake up and you go to work. You do your job. You don't really want to be there, but you know you have to be because it's what you got to do to pay the bills, to feed yourself. It's just one of those things, right? It's just how it goes, right? But you get up and you go to work. You do your job. You're not the center of attention. If you wear regular clothes at a job or a uniform, you're not dressing to be seen. You don't have on no gold this, no gold that. You're not trying to be seen. You're trying to quietly work and do your job. You're not talking to women. You're not arguing with women. You ain't in the middle of the crowd. You're not trying to be seen. You're not trying to be heard. You're not doing any of that, right? Because you're in the shadows. You're not trying to get any attention. You don't dress for attention. You don't need to be looked at. You don't need to be heard. You don't need to be seen. You go to work, you do your job, you come home, man. In the shadows, you come home and you may work out while you're listening to your favorite YouTubers. Maybe in the shadows video. I got about 4 or 5 more parts coming. So my shadows men, be patient. I got more coming to illustrate being in the shadows. Thank you, Migto Dion. So you come home, you work out, you listen to your YouTubers, listen to a little music. I might listen to a little bit of Tupac, Me Against the World. I'm old school. You chill out, you watch Netflix, and you end your day. And then when it's time to go shopping, you try to do it late at night because your goal in life is not to be seen, not to be heard, not to make a fuss, not to draw attention to yourself, to be ordinary, to blend in, to be in the shadows, not trying to make a name for yourself, not trying to court attention. If you deal with women at all, you deal with women on your terms. You're not materialistic. You're not out spending money. You're not a consumer. You don't care about politics. That's another thing I'm going to bring out in the shadows. You don't care about pretty much of nothing except what immediately affects you. And you get your joy as a man in the shadows from wisdom and knowledge, whether it be from the scripture, whether it be from red pill, whether it be from reading philosophy, whatever it may be. But as a man in the shadows, you live life by your rules. You try to stay away from people. You avoid the crowds, the concerts, the festivals. You stay away from those as much as possible, the picnics. You are a loner, a lone wolf. You are in the shadows. That's where you're comfortable at. Now, there are times as shadow men that we must come out of the shadows and present ourselves for whatever reason, whether it be business, pleasure, family, we can come out. But most of our lives is lived in the shadows. That's what it means to be in the shadows and living in the shadows. For those who want to know, to the shadow men out there. Mr. Barlow, thank you for the super chat. He says, obesity is a serious problem in the Black community, especially the BW. Unfortunately, it takes cancer sometimes for weight loss in a woman instead of exercising. Very well said and an excellent point. Because the succubus does not want to deny herself any pleasure. She has no discipline. In fact, she knows that the simp is going to want her whether she's 150 pounds, 175 pounds, 180 pounds, 200 pounds, 220 pounds, 235 pounds, 240 pounds, 250 pounds. The succubus knows that there's some simp that's still going to try to talk to her and give her the attention so she doesn't have to lose weight. She's a queen, a goddess. Yep, serious me, 350. When she sweat, it's grease that comes off of her. She's sweat grease. She's as big as a house, but twice as heavy. So that's how it goes. But in the shadows, I think I asked this question before. I really want to do this. So here's a survey. So get your wands ready when I ask this question. In the future, I want to talk more about it. We'll talk a little bit more about it in the future. 1 second, Fearless. That's right. I'm going to entertain all your questions. Gentlemen, hold all your questions. In a few minutes, I'll try to go through as many questions as I can. There are a lot of questions coming. I'm going to talk about just a few more things, and then we're just going to open up just for open forum and questions and all of that for the remaining part of this live stream. 256 watching. You're watching Cognac Field Thoughts with Black Ram 313 live. Do I need to do another? I think I need to do another verification. No. And turn the lights out. So Black Ram 313 live, Cognac Field Thoughts. We hanging out, barbershop talk, grown folk talk, grown men talk. This is what we doing. We chilling. Friday night. Golden State beat the Pelicans. We in here. All right, next thought real quick before we get into the questions. And thank you, 254, for watching. A Manosphere trip. Number one in the chat, and I think I asked this before, but I'm asking again. I really want to plan this. I want to do a Manosphere trip, maybe within the next 8 to 12 months. I'm going to try to plan it. But number one in the chat for all the men who will be interested in a Manosphere trip to the Dominican Republic, Colombia, or someplace like that, where we can go and hang out, see some women's, have a little fun, have our Cognac Field Thoughts. Everybody who shows up, we'll probably get on a live stream together, hanging out and all that. Only thing we'll probably have to do is probably maybe find a travel agent to book it so we can all be in the same place at the same time. But I really want to do a trip for the fellas. And I'm going to even try to see if some other YouTubers, like a guy like Solo TV 84 and a few other guys, if they'll be willing to go. And so far, we have a lot of ones in the chat, even a few people saying one more than once. You're only supposed to vote one, Felix Desperado. You only get one vote, man. But yeah, I would like to do that. And of course, we're gonna have some fun, and we're gonna deal with women. So if you ain't trying to deal with no women when you go over there, maybe this might not be the trip for you. But that's what I want to do. So I want to get my passport. Oh yeah, Book of Alpha Run. We always invited. That's my brother. I have to renew my passport. That shouldn't take long, but I actually want to get a trip to the DR, and I want all of us to have our plane tickets ready. Go down there, stay in the same area, meet up, go out together, as large of a group as possible. So I want to really plan this out. So I want to say this, Most High willing, now we can do this if we live. My promise. But guess what? I want you guys to try your best to start putting some money aside now. Right? Put some money aside now so that when time comes, we'll be able to make this trip. Now, you got to get time off work. I'm gonna have to get time off work, so it's gonna take some advanced planning. We have to have a target date. I don't think I want to go right in the middle of the summer. I like to travel when the travel season is a little bit lower. So I'm thinking somewhere like early fall. Hopefully you guys will be down with that, early fall, or either early spring. Summer is just much more to it to travel in the summer. Plus, it's the southern hemisphere, so it's going to be warm anyway. Try not to catch the raining season. So yeah, a trip to the Dominican Republic or well, whatever we choose, we'll probably do I'll probably try to do a vote for that. So right now, if you're serious about that, um, the first thing we want to do is start saving your money and get your passports, and we're going to go from there. Now it's May, so I'm going to check back in. September, not too late for hurricanes. Cool. We definitely don't want to go hurricane season, so we probably want to go. September will probably be the target date for that. Because definitely don't want to go October, November hurricane season. So probably early September or something like that. So yeah, get your passports, gentlemen. And Mr. Limber, will you be joining us, Mr. Limber? Let me know, bro. So yeah, that's the thing. We're gonna try to do that. We're gonna be patient, take our time to do it. Just want us to get the money, get your personal money up. Then we have try to find the accommodations, and we go from there. Get your passports, get your money up. So trip to the DR. All right, so the next point, real quick. Number one in the chat. No. Number three in the chat. Too many ones. If you've seen Infinity War, I know everybody is not into comic books and all that, but if you've seen Infinity War, I want to talk just a little bit about it. But if you haven't seen it, put 4. If you have seen it, put 3. Because if you haven't seen it, I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to spoil it for you. So number 3 in the chat, if you've seen Infinity War. Number 4, if you haven't, you might have to step away. You might have to step away just for a second. Well, mostly 3s. So that means we might have to talk about, we're starting to get a lot of 4s. Well, I will say this because we do have some 4s. I don't want guys to have to tune off. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it. But man, it was an excellent movie. Excellent movie. For me, it's one of the best comic book movies I've ever seen. All the guys who hit number 4, y'all want to go check that out. Thanos is really a beast. So I'm not going to talk about it, but man. I usually don't watch movies twice, but I'm going to have to try to check it out again. So, yeah. Thanos the ultimate simp. Man. But it was good stuff. So we're going to skip that. And we're going to go to the next point before we go into the questions. 219, we got some people that dropped off. But for those who still rocking, what are your NBA playoff predictions? I watched LeBron James the other night beat Toronto like a piñata. They have no answers for LeBron. I believe Toronto has won, Cleveland has won 9 straight games against Toronto. It's about matchups, and they just do not have it in them to beat Cleveland. I think it may even be a sweep. Toronto may get 1 game at best. But after seeing LeBron play at this high level, exactly, Flex, I'm not a LeBron fan, but I'm impressed. So I have to give LeBron his props. In fact, I've decided that I want to see Cleveland in the finals again. I mean, I've been watching NBA since I was a shorty, Michael Jordan era, Magic and Bird era, but I never seen somebody do so much on the court. Not only is he skilled, but he hustling out there, man. He really is working hard. He really wants it, man. So I actually want to, and LeBron is great off the court too, man. He does a lot of giving back to the community, man. He's not selfish, not stingy. He doesn't seem arrogant. But none of that stuff, man. Can't take nothing away from Bron, but check it out. I do want to see him in the finals, and my prediction is that he will make it to the NBA finals. Rand McCray, thank you, bro. Advice for men with no kids that want them, please. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna definitely try to tackle that. Rand, give me a few seconds. Post your question again, so I won't forget that. I am drinking, but I definitely want to address that. Yeah, so I have Golden State Warriors versus Cleveland, and I have Golden State winning maybe a game 6, possibly even a 7. So I got LeBron James going back. I believe it'll be Boston and Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I believe that Boston will be beaten like a piñata as well by the Cleveland Cavaliers. And LeBron James is just the man. You can't take nothing from him. He's just the man. In fact, LeBron, I have to now put him in my top 10 of all times. In fact, I want to tell you about my top 10 of all times. My top 10 NBA players of all times in order. I'm going to go. Also, gentlemen, don't forget to put in the chat your playoff predictions. Who do you believe is going to be in the finals? The last two teams standing. Anyway, my top 10 NBA players of all time. Top 10. I have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as number 1. I have Michael Jordan at number 2. I have Bill Russell at number 3. I have Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain at number 4. I have Kobe Bryant at number 5. I have LeBron James at number 6. He may overtake Kobe if he win another championship. Then I have Magic Johnson at number 7. I have Larry Bird at number 8. I have Tim Duncan at number 9. And I have Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon at number 10. Those are my top all-time NBA players. And yeah, you gotta add LeBron in that conversation now, seriously, because he's doing something that's unheard of, man. Flex watching, yeah, Olajuwon. Actually, out of all the ones that I just named, actually Olajuwon is like my top 3 favorite players. I'm just saying who I think is the best, but I like Kareem and Olajuwon and MJ. Those are my 3 favorite players of all time. So my favorite, in fact, my top 5 favorite players is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, actually, and Isaiah Thomas. But yeah. So what we got here? Houston 41, Utah 22. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Appreciate that. So now we're going to go into answering your question. That Ninja E, your favorite player is Hakeem? Absolutely, man. The dream shake. Charles Merchant, what's up, bro? Good to see you in here. Charles says Warriors over Houston, Cleveland over Boston. Absolutely. Absolutely. Series B, MJ is the number 2 greatest player of all time. I can't put him above Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 38,000 points, multiple championships. Kareem was the man. Just my opinion, but I'm going to say Michael Jordan did more for basketball than anybody ever. And no, Jawar D. King, Dennis Rodman, no. Good player, but no. Dr. J, yeah, but he can't make my top 10. It's so many players, man. Dr. J don't have enough to go in the top 10 of all time. Absolutely. Let's see what else we got going on. Vegas Mixo says great list. I can't argue. Yeah. That's can't beat that, man. Michael Jordan was pushed by a rigged NBA. You really think so? I'm from Chicago, man. You know I can't let that ride. I'm from Chi-Town, man. Jordan did his thing, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that Jordan is the greatest player of all time. I think he's number 2. But I'm gonna say this: nobody can deny this. Michael Jordan was the most exciting player to ever watch, period. And I'm starting to think that the next best, or the next player that's probably the best to watch, is LeBron. I didn't say he was the best. I mean, I got Kobe over LeBron. I got Kobe Bryant over LeBron. But as far as seeing talent on the floor and seeing somebody work hard, LeBron. Absolutely. I'm going to go with LeBron. But yeah, Mike was the absolute best, my favorite to watch, man. Turnaround jump shot. I mean, he was just amazing to watch. Michael Jordan was the most entertaining player to ever play the game of basketball, and he done more for basketball than any player ever. So you got to go with MJ, man. And overall, when it's really said and done, when you add everything that is basketball, Michael Jordan is basketball. He is what basketball is. And even though he's not playing anymore, he still has had such a great impact that we still talk about him today, over 20-some years later from his prime. Yeah. Allen Iverson was one of my favorite players, him and Charles Barkley. I wouldn't put Allen Iverson in the top 10, but Allen Iverson was probably my third favorite person to watch. Third favorite person to watch, man. He always triumphed. He was a little man with a big heart. Little man, big heart, and extremely talented too. Crossover was so mean they had to make it illegal because it was undefendable, if that's even a word. But that crossover was amazing that Allen Iverson had. I was a young man that had an Iverson jersey. The only jersey I ever bought. Never buy a man's jersey though. No fanboy here. What up, Sean M? All right, so we've been over 2 hours here. We heading toward the end of the show, so now we can get into the questions. So everybody who posted questions, repost them, but repost them slowly because I'm gonna try to get to them. I don't want to go too far, so give me a little time to read some of them before you post yours. Here we go. Ram, how do you feel about taking women out to movies or bowling for a first date? I'm more active, and B's conversation be so boring when I go get drinks. For a first date, I say a coffee shop, short date, hour, hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. You know that's too long. I say a walk in the mall, coffee shop, walk in the park for a first date. It's more of a meet and greet. In fact, try your best to delay spending money as long as you can, if you can, depending on how your game go or what your style of game is. But you don't want to really spend more than maybe 10, 15 bucks on a first date. Take us somewhere simple. And the thing about dating, bro, it's exhausting, but you may have to listen to some of them conversations. It's a tedious thing. It's just what goes down. It's what's up. Stephen Jones, appreciate the scriptures, bro. But yeah. Great man said Jordan stepped on the court with the flu and broke it down. Yeah, he did. How many days for the Dominican Republic? I'm thinking at least 5, Jawara, the king. Thinking we're gonna try to do at least 5 days. I mean, I know brothers probably have to. I know some brothers may have to just maybe do 3. Some maybe want to do 7, but I'm thinking maybe 5. Sirius B, what will the succubus do when the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force is eliminated in all countries? Who will she run to? She'll run to the simp, and they'll both be destroyed. She's gonna run to the simp. Remember, the simps are always gonna be there. Always, always, always. But it's gonna be hard for them when the society shuts down. I hope you guys are prepping, or at least trying to anyway. Advice for men who want children and don't have any, please. I have to say for you, Randall McCrae, that I understand you want to have children, but I have to say that that is one of the most dangerous things that you can do today. Every woman to tell you that she's not like other women and she's not going to do what other women have done to their baby daddies. But let me tell you, man, it's bondage. You really have no child. The child belongs to the state and to the mother. You really going to not have much authority. And you may think you're getting in the wall or some type of special woman, but I recommend that you don't. But since you really want to, if you made that decision, only advice I can give, brother, is try to have a child, if possible, in another country, and try to see that child over there so you won't have to be under these harsh laws in the United States because the potential is there. So if you're going to have children, it's best to do it with a non-American woman in another country. And if you have to be here, try to make sure it's a non-American woman. American woman, stay away from me. I wouldn't suggest procreating with a American female. I say just don't do it. Right hop 22 something. Why is it people try to pull you out of the shadows, coworkers and families? Because the whole world, which is gynocentric, has the female mindset. Women want to be seen, they want to be heard. You notice that a woman has the most to say, but really not saying. anything, talking loud, saying nothing. But they want to pull you out of the shadows because they don't like the shadows. See, in the shadows, there is no consumerism going on. In the shadows, there's no attention being given. In the shadows is where men can rest comfortably. She wants you out of your comfort zone. In the shadows, you're not serving the female. So she wants you out of the shadows and into the light so that you can be a reflection of today's world. Fearless Desperado says, Ram, can you do a video on spiritual cleansing and emotional control when the world is against you? Wow. That is an endeavor that I will try to do. I do have some videos similar to that on my channel. Check my archives. I can recommend you a couple of videos that's along those lines. I'm going to talk about emotional control very soon in a video. Actually, I got planned, but it may not be out for a month or two. Check out my video called The Detriment of Dating for the Spiritual Man. Check that out. Check out my video also called on this channel, Women Are Not Spiritual. Also check out The Invisible Man. And I think I may have a video, something like that, on my Black Realm for Vengeance channel. So check that out. But spiritual cleansing, yeah, very simple spiritual cleansing. My idea of that, my spirituality is that I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I believe the Bible. So the only advice I can give you in spiritual things, unless you're talking about another type of spiritual with your own soul, but the idea of spiritual, yeah, you want to read the scriptures, you want to separate from the world as much as possible, do some prayer and some fasting. That's a cleanse. But if you're talking about in the form of secularism, it'd be good to just detox your mind away from television, YouTube, all societal influences for as long as you can, and just think, relax, refocus, analyze, and enter back in the war zone. That's all the advice I can give right there, so to speak. See, what else do we have? What do you do with a succubus who eliminates your child? Actually, there's nothing you can do, brother. This is why we don't want to procreate and we don't want to give them babies, because it's actually nothing we can do with a succubus. There's nothing we can do. She has the control. She holds the cards. So if she does that, all we can do is mourn. That's all we can do, brother. J-Rob says, I will always be in the shadows. I like it. The shadows is a beautiful place to be. For sure. For sure. Now we come with some more questions, because you guys had a lot of questions. Now I don't have a call-in line. I may have to work on that. Book of Alpharonomy. Read it or weep. Shout out to you, BOA. And anyways, check this out. Check this out. Stop the show. In my O'Shea Duke voice. Stop the show. Book of Alpharonomy. If you have subscribed to me, you need to be subscribed to the Book of Alpharonomy. Shout out to him. Excellent channel. A lot of wisdom. He's putting in that work. Check him out. Check him out. Check him out. Charles Merchant, let me see. Is that a question? When dealing with women on the job, a man wants to decide. Oh, wait a minute. It's getting away from me. Hold on, Charles. Let me get that comment. When dealing with a woman on the job, a man wants to decide whether he wants the girl or his job, because that's what it's going to come down to. That's true. That's true. The girl or the job. But yeah, so shout out to Book of Alpharonomy. Subscribe to his channel if you haven't done so already. Stephen Jones, thank you for that. I have to read that. And in the day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread, wear our own apparel, only let us be called by the name to take away our reproach. Isaiah 4:1. Absolutely. 313 Law. Oh, I like that 313. You must be from Detroit. 313 Law. What up, Doe? What's going on, bro? Appreciate you. Nestle Snipes in here. What up, Nestle? I didn't know you was in here, bro. All right. Some more questions. I'm looking for more questions. You guys had a lot of questions earlier. Let's see. My email Almighty Troll is blackram313@gmail.com. It's usually in the link in the description. A link is always in the description box of any one of my videos. So you can email me at that address. West Coast Greg, what's up, bro? Wheel 33, the topic was random thoughts over cognac or cognac-filled thoughts, but now I'm just answering questions. If you're just coming in, this is Cognac-Filled Thoughts, number 3. And I was just chopping it up with the fellas, man. It was Friday night. We chilling. We got our drinks, whether it's water, whether it's a little liqueur, all that stuff. We chilling. We talking barbershop talk, grown man talk, relaxing. We talked about a lot of different things, a little basketball, this, that, and the other, but for sure. Scott Jones says, is the 313 in your name for Detroit, even though you're Chi-Town, or does it represent the menorah? Does not represent the menorah or Detroit. I took 313 because I wanted simply Black Ram, but Google would not allow me just to do Black Ram. And one of the options was Black Ram 313, and I went with that because I wanted to be just Black Ram, but obviously there must be some other Black Ram out there because it would let me take this Black Ram. But this is the real Black Ram right here. Yeah. Ram, what's on my bucket list? Oh, that's a good question right there. Vegas Migto, thank you for the super chat, bro. I have nothing to add. Keep doing what you do, Ram. Thank you, Vegas Migto. Appreciate it. Shout out to all the Migto brothers out there. My bucket list. Man, I really don't have a whole lot on my bucket list. I really want to travel to the British Museum to see some ancient Israelite artifacts. I want to go to Jerusalem, to their museums to see some of their Israelite artifacts. And I would like to have a harem of women from all nationalities, of course. That's more of a wish than a bucket list. But that's it, man. I just really want to travel and chill, man. That's really it on my bucket list. A few places I want to travel to. On my bucket list is also the Dominican Republic with some of you guys, as many as possible. So that's about it. My bucket list really isn't that long. It ain't too many things I really want to do. Paul Masson, a cheap drink. Yes, it is. Yep. J Rob makes sure we got. Definitely. Keith Mack says, who do I listen to for therapy? Man, that's an excellent question. Let's see who I listen to for therapy. I listen to the Book of Alpharonomy. Mr. Limba, $10 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Also listen to Mr. Limba. If you're not just subscribed to Mr. Limba's channel, please do so. He did a classic video, I think it was about a week or two ago, called Masculinity Through Sex. Never heard such a thing before. It was deep, original content, beautiful. Check out Mr. Limba. So I listened to Mr. Limba, Book of Alpharonomy for therapy. Check out Migto Darius for therapy. Now I listen to quite a few people, man. In fact, I'm going to do a video, probably a live stream about my favorite YouTubers. So I listen to a lot of people. There's a lot of good content out there. A lot of good producers. I don't want to miss anybody, but yeah. But there are a lot of YouTubers I listen to for therapy. Let's see. What do I think of Mode 1 strategy? I think Mode 1 would work if you are, like Ron Will says, pre-selected. If you're pre-selected and a woman finds you extremely attractive and insatiable in her eyes, then you can use Mode 1. Mode 1, for those who don't know, is a more direct approach for dating. Me personally, and I think it also comes down to style. Alan Roger Curry, great author, great dating coach. Take nothing away from the great Alan Roger Curry. I think it comes down to a manner or the idea of a style. Personally, I think Mode 1 will work more of an attractive male that women find pre-select. That's not to say that it can't work for the average guy. I actually personally have not tried it, so I can't really give you a real opinion on it because I haven't tried it. However, I prefer to be indirect in my approaches. I plan, when I deal with a woman, I like to just implant thoughts in her head and not be directed by it. So I really do prefer the indirect approach. But just on the surface, it seems like mode one is better suited for the pre-select male. And I prefer, as my style, being very indirect in my approach. That's not to say that mode one can't work, because many people have bought that book. A lot of people swear by it. So I don't have enough experience to really give a real critique of it. But my style is just more of indirect. Is my birthday in March or April? It's March. Appreciate you. Thank you for more knowledge of the world. J-Rob, am I scared of death? Hell no. Check out my video that I just did called Enter the Darkness. No, I'm not scared of death. I look forward to it. And I can't wait for it to happen. I got a few more things that I want to see in life, but to me, living is hard and death is easy. And I'm often tired when it comes to life, and I embrace death, and I look forward to the resurrection of the dead and reigning as a king on the planet Earth, according to the scriptures. So I look forward to not being in this world anymore, because I really despise the current system. I want to see it destroyed. And I actually despise life on this planet. It feels like a prison. And death is a release for all that. So I look forward to it. Can't wait to see what it's like. The cessation of life is one to, for me, to be admired and a goal to attain, so to speak. So no, I'm not scared of death at all. I look forward to it. It's cold embrace. I would embrace it back. When it's my time, I'm not going to fight. All right, what else we got? I'm scared I may go to hell. Well, scared you may go to hell. A couple things you can do about that. Have faith in the one God whose name is Yahweh, only one God. His human Messiah, named Yahweh Shai, for propitiation of sins, and you keep the commandments. That's the key to life. The one God, his human Messiah, Yahweh Shai, according to 1 Corinthians 15th chapter, and the keeping of the commandments. And then you don't have to fear anything after that. You can embrace death. What else we got? How do I feel about the Kanye West comments? Honestly, I have not listened to the full video on it. He said slavery was a choice. If I'm just to go on that alone, there's two ways to look at that. Our ancestors could have chose death over slavery. They did not. So in a sense, it was a choice, because they could have chose death. They did not. But in another sense, since I am a believer of the scriptures, our slavery, our captivity was a result of us breaking the law, statutes, and commandments, and the Most High put us in that captivity. Yes, I'm saying it on record. The Most High put us in slavery. So in one sense, it was unavoidable and it wasn't a choice, because the Most High punished us with slavery. However, we could have made the choice to keep the commandments, but we didn't. And we could have jumped off the slave ships, theoretically, but I think even death would have escaped us at that point to a degree, because our captivity was designed by the Most High to punish us from breaking, because we broke his laws, statutes, and commandments. So I haven't really listened to his comments to really give a real critique. But just on the surface of that. Let's see what else we got. A lot of comments coming in. I'm trying to roll through them. Yep, it is a prison planet. Let me see. Do I have family down south? Yes, I do. I have a couple of relatives in Atlanta and Alabama, but I don't talk to them too much. 42 said you can't do what you want to do here. True. And it says hell on earth. I agree. Reader says, why do you like being direct? Isn't that being deceptive? You mean indirect and possibly wasting time if she's not down? Um, I was told that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. So even a street walking strumpet doesn't want to be called a street walking strumpet. A street walking strumpet don't want you to just come up to her and say, blah, 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 blah. When you're dealing with a woman, I believe in finessing the game. And being deceptive, I don't believe being deceptive to a woman is wrong, biblically or morally, first of all. I don't respect the opposite gender like most males do. I'll just be honest, I just don't. Wasting time, women know what you want. You don't have to tell a woman you want to get down with her for her to know that you want to get down with her. They instinctively know that. They know that's what they put here for. They know that's what that thing is for, right? So I don't have to spell it out. I can allude to it. Therefore, she's thinking about it, which means she has to spend her mental energy on it, right? Which is part of the seduction for me. Seduction is best indirect. For examples of indirect approach, check out the book by Robert Greene, The Art of Seduction. And Robert Greene advocates the indirect approach, so to speak. Or at least he chronicles it. So I believe in being indirect. I think that you don't have to spell it out. They know what you want. Timothy Hicks Jr. says, what does cheer you up your wife? Wait. What does cheer up your wife means according to the Bible? Timothy, you would have to give me scripture and verse. I would have to see that. I don't remember a verse in scripture saying cheer up your wife. So post the scripture and verse or post the scripture in the chat. I can read it and we can decipher it. And we'll see what that means. Let's see. You got 199 rocking in the third hour. Appreciate you guys still being here. We chopping it up. Let's see. So is Kanye in the sunken place for real? Yeah, he is. Look at his eyes, man. He look like a different person. It probably did something to him. King 130 says, I've messed with my share of foreign women, and let me tell you, they will cheat on you and run game on you too. They're just as respectful while doing scandalous. Yeah, don't trust no woman. Don't trust none of them. We don't do that. Foreign women, any kind of woman. It's dangerous, period. What do you think about our people being Aborigines of America? I believe our people were all over the planet at different times of history, so I can believe that. If you were able to see some old pictures of Native Americans, they're darker than many of us. So I can agree with that idea. Let's see. Mr. Limber says, direct or indirect depends on the chick, their environment. I'm usually up front, but it depends. Yeah, it does. It depends on a lot of different factors. But it just seems very crass and very rude to me just to jump out and say, hey, I want to get you in the bed. That's just not really my style. My style ain't, walking up to a woman and telling her exactly that I just want to sleep with her. Even if that's the case, I don't think I need to spell it out. I think adults know what adults want to do. And since we both adults to a degree, we know she's a child at mine. I don't think I have to spell out the fact that I want to sleep with her. I think that's already said. J. Rob says, Cognac field thoughts. I needed this. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate you being here, listening. Let's see what else we got. Houston 70-40 over Utah halftime. 30-point lead. Man. Rockets are amazing. It says Peep Hidden Colors 1-4. The documentary tells you all. Yeah. Deuteronomy 24:5. Cheer up your wife. Can you find a way to put the scripture in the description box? In the chat. Let me see if I can look that up. Deuteronomy 24:5. Let me try to go to that real quick. Jay says, I agree, Black Ram, you got to be smooth and charming. Yeah, that works for me. And listen, gentlemen, maybe the direct approach works for you. Maybe it does. But I just really think that indirect is the way to go. Let's see. Deuteronomy 24:5 says, when a man have taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year and shall cheer up his wife, which he hath taken. Oh, that's real simple. Cheering up your wife, basically, she knows he in the context, she knows that he's going off to war. That's a sad thing. So this is presence in the home will cheer her up because it's women are relational. So instead of going off to war right away, she gets to be a wife, he gets to be a husband for at least 1 year because that may be your last year on earth. So yeah, that would cheer his wife up knowing that she gets to spend a year with her husband for the threat of him losing his life occurs. Real simple. When we look at scripture, we have two rules, really three rules. When you're looking at scripture, rule number one is the context. Looking at scripture, the rule number two is context. Number three rule we look at scripture is context. So the context of the scripture is the idea of him being at home to be with his wife is a cheerful thing. Remember, this is ancient Israel. This is not a United States of America circa 2018. So husband and wife had a whole different meaning and connotation at that time. Billy says, were you at One West before the split? No, I was not. Never at One West. I never heard of One West until YouTube. And in fact, I knew I was an Israelite back in 1993, before there was ever YouTube or before I've ever heard of a One West camp. Israelites have a deep history here in Chicago that's unrelated to the camps in New York. Got love for the camps in New York, not to disparage them or nothing like that. But yeah, I knew I was Israelite since 1992, 93. There were a lot of camps here before YouTube or even the internet or texting was even popular. Actually, I think I'll miss some questions. Great Man says, what are your thoughts on Beyonce mass, having church mass to worship that harlot? Great Man, it just goes to show you that we live in a mad and sick society that needs to be destroyed. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't even understand why anybody would even want to do such a thing, but I'm not surprised though. Real Deal says, what do you think about rapper Rollo putting his business online and the feds locked him up? I don't know who rapper Rollo is or what business he put out, but if he did that, then he deserves to get locked up. How you gonna be a real gangster and you letting the feds know everything you're doing? I mean, that's beyond stupid. But that's that feminine spirit that most men in this day and age have. The feminine spirit is that you want to live your life according to social media and by social media. Always want to be seen, always want to be heard, feminine as hell. That's why we live in the shadows. Crazy, ain't it? Tyson says, if my friends that I've known for years are blue pill and I'm the only one that sees the truth in society today, should I just cut them off since we do not have the same mindset? I wouldn't say you have to completely cut them off, especially if you've been friends with them for a very long time. Try to find common ground. Some guys and some people, you deal with them in certain ways, in certain manners. You got a guy that y'all cool, y'all play video games. Don't talk about red pill or blue pill stuff. If you're a guy, y'all go hoop together, go hoop, chop it up with them. But at the same time, try not to be around them too much as far as exchanging thoughts and ideas, because you don't want that blue pill stuff to corrupt you. Surround yourself with as much red pill thinking as possible. So I don't say you have to stop hanging out with them, but maybe put them at a little bit of a distance and don't have red pill talk and don't allow too much blue pill thinking to enter your mind. Yep. Let's see what else we got. Neck Right says, I have no other way but to be smooth. I like easing the prey before the kill. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Keith Mack says, do I listen to Jab? Yes, sir. Every now and then I may listen to a little Coltrane, the Miles Davis here and there, a little smooth jazz. Definitely. And unlike having some smooth jazz and some candles and you got a little chick next to you, beautiful stuff. Stephen Jones says, you wouldn't call Russian a German or Irish Italian. We black people got many flavors. We ain't all African. Absolutely, Stephen Jones. Definitely. Definitely. Let's see. Yes, sir, Stephen Jones. I am an Israelite. Yes, sir. Shalom, shalom. Israel forever. Let's see. Ram, what would you tell your 25-year-old self in this day? Man, that's an excellent question. If I was 25 years old, what would I be telling myself today? Man, first thing I would tell my 25-year-old self is that enjoy being 25, because once you get 40, your body will change and won't be like it is ever again at 25. Enjoy your youth. And at 25, I would have told myself not to get my baby mama pregnant. And at 25, I would have told myself to get out of Illinois and choose another career. So I would have had a long conversation with my 25-year-old self to avoid a lot of the things that I got to pay for now, because our decisions stick with us, man. So yeah, great question, man. But I would tell my 25-year-old self to be red pilled, even though I was a little bit red pilled then, but even more red pilled now. But I would educate my 25-year-old self on a red pill and try to avoid certain women, certain relationships, certain situations, and definitely no kids. Definitely love my child, but wish he had a better parent, different parents actually too. But yeah, that's a great question. Let me see, did I miss any question? Let's see if I missed anything. In fact, I'm gonna pause to take another drink. You're listening to my Cognac Field Thoughts, number 3. Chopping it up with the fellas, a little talk, grown man talk, 192 watching, still rocking. Started at 8 o'clock Central Time. We still going, answering questions now. Appreciate all you guys who have donated and everybody who's rocking with me. Let's see what else we got here. Do you know, Jay Knight says, do you know if wife mean adulteress in Hebrew, each and every female? Clarify that statement. You mean does the word wife mean adulteress, or what does the word adulteress mean in Hebrew? Is that what you're asking me? Restate your question. I'll try to answer it the best I can. Let's see. J. Rob says your birthday is next week. Shout out to you, J. Rob. Kanu King says, much respect, Ram. Where can I get some more info on a Black Hebrew Israelite? Information all over the internet. Understanding a couple of things about being a Hebrew Israelite. Much like Christianity, nothing to be proud of. You have different camps that believe different things, that have different doctrines. I'm not a follower of any specific Israelite camp or group. And anybody you listen to, you must, and it is incumbent on you, and it will behoove you to do your own research and your own studying on every single point a Hebrew Israelite has. You have to search it for yourself in the scripture. I believe strongly in the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, as my base. I believe in the one God, his human Messiah, and the keeping of the commandments. Israelite is a nationality, but more than a nationality, what being a Hebrew Israelite means is following the laws, statutes, and commandments spoken of in the scriptures. And the foremost commandment for me is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, Yahweh Akkad, first and foremost. In the Israelite camp, that's not their first and foremost thing. View them with skepticism. Yahweh Akkad. God is one. Real Deal said you should link up with Ringo TV Raw and talk polygamy. I'm very familiar with the OG Ringo TV Raw. Been on YouTube longer than me. He's familiar with my channel, familiar with his. And we think alike on a lot of similar issues, on a lot of issues. So I'm definitely very familiar with Brother Ringo. And we'll put that $5 super chat in there. Let me see. Did I shout you out? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Who was that? I think I may have missed one. Here we go. West Coast Heretic. Thanks for the therapy sessions. Thank you, bro, for listening and donating. Neela says, how do you feel about the legalization of Mary? Do you think it will be what changes society? It's going to be a cash flow. DJ Lit, definitely a cash flow. It will change society a little bit, but not by much. Decriminalizing will change a lot of things. I personally don't use it. I like to be of a sound mind at all times. Sirius B says, Ram, how do you feel about the Kabbalah? The Kabbalah is ancient, so-called Jewish, Babylonian ritual, magic, and mysticism. It is not based on Torah law or the Tanakh itself. It has nothing to do with the New Testament. It's basically when the Israelites were in Babylon and they infused Babylonian paganism with biblical ideas, much like modern Christianity, which infuses Israelite ideas and concepts, laws, statutes, and commandments, and mixes them with Greek mythology. So Christianity is the mixture, the leaven, the admixture of Hebrew Israelite scriptures with Greek thoughts and ideas. Kabbalah is Babylonian ritual magic mixed in with Hebrew Israelite thoughts and ideas, which is a corruption. Yeah, how should I say it? A little leaven leavens the whole lump. So I am not a believer and follower in Kabbalah or the Talmud. Grayman says, you know where brothers can catch the KJV 1611 version of the Bible? I believe you can get a 1611 off of Amazon. And just as important as it is to have a King James version, because it's a great translation, you also want to have a lexicon, Brown and Briggs lexicon, because you want to study each individual word to get an understanding. So it's not enough to just read in King James English, because King James English can be very confusing. A lot of people don't realize this, but the Bible wasn't originally written in English. It was written in Hebrew and Greek. And what you have, the type of English in the King James Version, is Elizabethan English, which is archaic, outdated, a lot of terms we don't use today. So use a lexicon. Stephen Jones says 12 tribes. We're only know of one in Israel to this current day. What happened to the 11? Exactly. The 12 tribes have been scattered. Let me go down a little bit more. Israelite Pastor Dow from Straightway lives in the shadow. I'm familiar with Dow Straightway. Absolutely. What Judah says, what's your thoughts on Blaze Judah brothers? I've heard of Blaze Judah, but I'm not quite familiar with him. I heard the name before, though. Keto Ross said, what happened to Truth 40? Truth 40 retired. He does videos every now and then. He did one about Black Panther, Killmonger. Killmonger is a perfect example of Ibmore. Say that again. Killmonger is a perfect example of what it means to be Ibmore. Wanted to destroy his enemies and believed in dominating the female. So T40 has retired. He said he's said all that he wanted to say on YouTube. He's thankful to be a part of the making of Ibmore, one of the original founding members of such, along with Last Crucible and Idagon Forest and myself. And he's retired. Every now and then he'll drop a video, but for the most part, he's done with YouTube. Kanu King said, appreciate my perspective. Appreciate you watching, bro. Trump is trying to push a bill to Congress stating that you can't, if you're caught distributing opiates in massive amounts, enforce the death penalty. Wow. There's a lot going on. Any particular type of lexicon? I believe the lexicon is called a Brown and Briggs. The lexicon is a very good one. I looked at one which was a Liddell Scott. It's an English lexicon written in the 1600s. But I don't know if any of those are in recent print. But I think you deal with a Brown's Briggs. For beginners, I can recommend a Strong's Concordance with its lexicon in the back. If you get a Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, you can check that out. But other than that, Brown, Briggs, I think, and Driver is the name of it. You can find it on Amazon too, I'm sure. Let me see. What else we got? Ram and everybody else in the chat. This is therapy, to be honest. You all enjoy living in the shadow or just do it because it's better off? Good question. Do you enjoy living in the shadows? Absolutely. People want to answer that, feel free. Yeah. Appreciate you. It's cool. I wonder how he is in person. So he's a real deal. Hopefully, great man, we can all hang out in person and see what's happening. West Coast Heretic says, Brother Ram, an Israelite bro told me that King James wasn't gay. What's your thoughts? If you do the research, the idea of King James of being gay was not documented at all. That's kind of a new thing. Contrary to popular belief, King James did not write the Bible. He commissioned a group of translators to do so. And he had nothing to do with the writing, but he put a stamp of approval on it. He commissioned the people to do so, but he had Hebrew and Greek scholars to do so. And let me say this. People love to say, oh, King James was gay and blah, blah, blah. Well, it's amazing because the scriptures speak expressly about homosexuality and the prohibition against it. So why would he write something or authorize something that condemns himself? Doesn't sound too logical. All right, let's see what else. Gerard said, I hope this drink put me to sleep tonight. I got a church event tomorrow. I feel for you, brother. Them church events, man. Mazo Silla says, do you study the Book of Jubilees or any other book other than the KJV 1611? I do study the Apocrypha, and I believe the Apocrypha is part of the 1611. Jubilees, I've looked through it. I haven't studied it, but I've read a little bit of it. So I can't really offer much of an opinion about the Book of Jubilees. I've only read certain excerpts from it. I've read the entire Apocrypha 1611 King James Version, but I haven't read much in Jubilees to speak on it. Of course, there's a lot of controversy around it. All right. Who are the descendants of Ham? Are they all gone from this earth? The descendants of Ham are the so-called Africans. Not all Africans, because some Africans are Israelites. But the descendants of Ham are Africans. And the so-called blacks in America are not Africans. We are Israelites, and we are Shemites, not Hamites. Will there be a part 3 to your dark series? Yes, there will be a part 3, most high willing, to my dark series, and I will put up more parts to my In the Shadows series soon. Yes, there will be a part 3 of In the Dark. I'm glad, I'm thankful for those who appreciate those series, because I really get to speak my heart and soul on videos like the Shadows videos and the In the Dark videos. But yes, so part 1 was A Walk in the Dark. Number 2 was Into the Dark. And there will be a part 3, most high willing, for sure. What do I think about the Book of Enoch? I have read the Book of Enoch. There are many people who disagree with the Book of Enoch. However, those who believe in the New Testament will have to contend with the fact that Apostle Peter and Jude quote from the Book of Enoch directly. So what they quote from a book that is false. So you have to do your own research, make up your mind. From what I've read, seems to be pretty accurate. There are some parts that seem like it may be questionable, because we're dealing with old manuscripts. But for the most part, from what I can see, I haven't done advanced and in-depth study of the Book of Enoch. But again, when you have direct quotes from the book all through the scriptures, and what's said there corresponds with scriptures, it's something to think about. The only problem I have with books like the Book of Enoch, we need to see some original manuscripts so we can check against the translations, like comparing what is actually saying in the Hebrew to really decipher if the translations are correct. So we need some manuscripts to compare. And since I have not the ability of being able to do the manuscript comparisons by looking and examining the Hebrew with a lexicon to see what matches and what may be in error, may not be in error, it's kind of hard to get up a real judgment on the book of Enoch. However, it's a cause to look at it because, again, the apostles quote from it. Broski says, Ram, why are women so vocal about their religion, but most men don't tell their religious views unless asked? Oh, that's real simple. Because women want attention no matter what it is or what the cost. Discreet is a word for men. They should be discreet. Women should be, but they don't know how to be. So they wear their religion as a trend and a fad because it's popular. And religion is worldly. And since they are of the world, of course, they're going to promote their worldly religions. And even if you have a so-called Israelite woman, 9 times out of 10, she's more of a Christian than an Israelite. And that's just the thing with women. They're not sincere about faith. They're sincere about appearances. And that's why they promote it, because it's trendy. It's fashionable. Let's see what else we got out here. Let's see. Any other questions? Exactly, Stephen Jones. Thanks for the scriptures again. Do say, absolutely. Do say. See, any more questions? Black Wham, what do you think about studying the occult? Good question. I have studied the occult a little bit. If you mean by occult, you mean just things that are hidden and the dark side, magic, spells, sorcery, witchcraft, and all those things. It's risky. Study it, but don't practice it. Know something about it. I've studied books like, I don't know if anybody will be familiar with it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it's called The Key of Solomon, the Lower Key and the Key of Solomon, also known as the Legomenton. I've read a little bit about Anton LaVey, read a little bit about a few people, read a little bit about Madame Blavatsky, a few people you may or may not be familiar with. So some occult leaders, even an occult leader that most people don't know about, but you should know about, a woman named Mary Baker Eddy, who pretty much is the founder of the New Age prosperity movement, if you want to be honest. All of those thoughts pretty much stem from her. So I've studied a little bit of it. Of course, I won't involve myself in this against Torah. Looked at it just so I can be aware of it, so I can be cautious of it. But I definitely only worship the one God of Israel. And of course, Torah prohibits and forbids the practice of sorcery or divination or any of those things. So you can read about it, but of course, you got to stay away from the practice thereof. It's against Torah law. Let's see. Let's see, we got any, did I miss anybody? Do I think Black Americans are cursed? Yes, I do. We're cursed by the Most High himself because of our transgressions, going against the law of the Most High because we're his chosen people. Check Deuteronomy 7 and 6. So yes, we are cursed because we are his people. And since we broke the law, statutes, and commandments, that is our fate. Curses and punishments pursuant to Deuteronomy 28th chapter, starting at the 16th verse, around ending into the 68th verse. So if you look at the curses in Deuteronomy 28, 16 through 68, it would detail our oppression and the reasons behind it. We are the children of Israel. We have to go back to law, statutes, and commandments and cry out to our one and true God, Yahweh God. The Most High is one and one alone. That's my battle cry. Let's see. Billy said, allegedly, I'm sure the Chronicles of Judah is about to drop a bunch of videos. Of course. Allegedly now. Allegedly. The DJ Lit Show, how important do you think it is to leave a legacy on this earth? I don't think it's important at all. Leave a legacy on this cursed earth. I'm not saying this is for us. I'm not saying this for you, but I remember Jeremiah being told when he was in Babylon not to take wife and children in this captivity. If I remember, it was Jeremiah. We're in our captivity. It's not our land. It's not our time. So I don't think we need to be thinking about leaving legacies. Leave it behind for what? Oppression? For what? Yeah, our legacy isn't here. I'm not against a man who feels like he needs to leave a legacy. But for what? You're going to die and go on the ground. People are going to forget about you, no matter what. So what legacy needs to be left? And exactly what do you mean by legacy too? Because I'm assuming you mean children or a notable name behind. And I don't. For me, being in the shadows, I don't think that's necessary. Live a quiet, peaceful life, serve my God, and be in the shadows. Is masturbation considered a sin? Just reposted. I see no prohibition in the Torah for such. Period. It's a story about a man spilling his seed on the ground, but that had to do more with the woman he was dealing with than masturbation. In fact, it doesn't talk about masturbation at all. Only thing it talks about in the scripture as far as seed being spilled without the aid of a woman is a release at night and saying that you're unclean. But I see no prohibition against masturbation in the Torah that I'm aware of. If somebody has that, show me. And I'm not talking about the incidentals with, I believe it was one of the sons of Judah who didn't get his brother's wife pregnant, and his brother had been deceased. So the sin was that he didn't get his brother's wife pregnant, or going against the command of his father and the command of Most High to get his brother's wife pregnant. Him spilling seed on the ground, that was the sin, not this the actual act of just randomly spilling seed on the ground. So I don't see a Torah prohibition for such. So I can't say it's a sin. Remember, sin is transgression of the Torah law. So if you don't see a law there that says this is a transgression or something in the same vein, can't say it's a sin. In fact, it's blasphemous to say call something a sin that the Torah doesn't call a sin. Sirius B says, do you think that man and woman were one being with the man at the lead before we fell into physical flesh? No. I believe the man was created alone, and what the Most High did was pretty much pull some of the DNA or the raw material from the man and made a woman. I don't believe that she was half a man and half a female. If she had some girl in you was waiting to come out. Now, I've heard people say your inner feminine or your feminine side. Feminine is feminine, brothers. As a man, I don't have a feminine side. I am a man. I'm not half female and half male. I don't have a feminine side. I'm a man. So I don't lean myself into the idea of having a feminine side. A lot of guys do, but I don't see no feminine side in the scriptures, and I don't see no femininity in me, buddy. If a guy feel like he has a feminine side, bless him. I ain't got no damn feminine side. They can keep that. So no, I believe Adam was alone and one, and the Most High took the DNA or whatever raw material out of him. Adam didn't have an inner girl, and I don't have an inner girl. I ain't no girl in no way, shape, or form. Let's see. GMS Shah Mafbah. Shalom, brother. Good to see you in here. Much appreciate you joining the chat. If you just tuned in, 176 watching. Some guys have dropped off, and that's fine. We've been doing this for about 3 hours now. My purpose was to get on here and go a long time and chill with the fellas. We're going probably for another 10 minutes or so if we got more questions. Still a lot of guys rocking me at it's 11 p.m., 10 minutes after 11 Central Time. And this has been a 3-hour show. And we'll still go on a little bit. Yeah. Rayman says the box said masturbation was a sin. He forgot the precept. Yeah, I would like to see that. I would like to see that. Billy said that's a misunderstanding of the story of Onan regarding masturbation allegedly. Yeah, it was Onan. Thank you for the information and correction. It was Onan, son of Judah. But the context wasn't masturbation. Are the Hebrews that are so-called blacks flex Judah? Are the Hebrews that are not the so-called blacks? Yeah, there are Hebrews scattered throughout the planet Earth. So yes, there are Hebrews that are not the so-called blacks. Absolutely. However, um, I believe most Hebrews probably do have dark skin, and I don't believe that all of the uh, lighter skinned people of Earth are also Hebrews. But that's another subject. But yeah, are there Hebrews that are not so-called blacks? Yes. How do I feel about Bill Cosby being guilty? I talked about that a little bit earlier. Real deal. I believe it was a witch hunt. Uh, I believe it's just another example of how the society is really against manhood, being men. Convicted a man based off a woman's testimony, which shows me that her word is worth several times more than his word. So that's an amazing thing. Yep. Bring it out, Brother Ram. Thanks, great man. When was the last time I cried? Man, when was the last time I cried? Let me see how long ago. Maybe a couple of weeks ago when I thought about some dead relatives, and my life is painful, as I talked about in Into the Dark. So I have reoccurring nightmares that happen. They're not scary nightmares, but sad nightmares that are reoccurring by events that took place in my life. So oftentimes I wake up from that, maybe with a tear or two, and feeling very, very sad. So I have a sort of peace with me because of the Most High, but at the same time I have this sadness, this bitterness, and I can feel this oppression, and can't wait to be released from this body, or released from this prison planet, or released from this society, or to watch it fold in half and roll up like a scroll. I would very well like to see Russian missiles heading our way. So yeah, I do cry on occasion, and I'm a man with pains, with issues, problems, disappointments, hurts. Not Superman at all. Let's see, we got any more questions? The T40 used to be in your Facebook group. Yep. Let's see what else we got. Bill Lee said the reason why chats like one tonight are edifying is because men here at least acknowledge the Most High. Those men who think the Bible is fantasy are lost. Agreed. Bizarre World said, "What up, Black Rand? Thanks for some Friday night wisdom. Most High bless." Absolutely, Bizarro. Thanks for rocking with me. How do I feel about lab-grown reproduction, Almighty Troll? It sounds abominable, and I wouldn't trust it. What comes from the earth, beautiful. What's genetically altered, synthetic, harmful. So yeah, those are my thoughts about that. I wouldn't want to have anything to do with anything grown in the lab if I can help it. If I can help it. Tool Riff says, "Do you plan on doing another interview with Alpha Male Strategy in the future?" Yeah, maybe in the future. I don't want to be one of the guys that bother him. A lot of people want to get him on their channels, which is fine. The guy brings a lot of views, a lot of knowledge. He's a phenom. I mean, he's one of the biggest things that ever happened to the Black Manosphere on YouTube. He's a rising and shooting star. But I don't want to cramp the man's style, and he's very busy. He got a lot going on. I may ask him to come on again probably before the year is in. But I just like to sit back and observe and watch him do his thing, man. He's becoming more and more successful by the day. It's good to see a brother enjoying what he does, doing what he enjoys, his passion, profiting from it. So I love to see AMS doing his thing, man. It makes me feel really, really good. And I just want to just sit back and watch him shine. He has better things to do, in my opinion, and to come to my lowly YouTube channel. He may feel different, but yeah, man, found out about him some months ago, and when he came in my comment section, messing with me, and I went to his videos, listening to all of his. I'm like, oh, okay, we may disagree, but you the real deal, brother. And ever since then, he's blown up tremendously. And yeah, so much respect to a brother like AMS. So maybe in the future. ZSB says, classic video Into the Dark. Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that video. Really enjoyed it. Let's see what else we got out here. Do you think the end of the world will come during our lifetime? You know what? I want it to happen so bad. I want the end of the world to come so bad that I try not to think about it because I hate getting my hopes up. But when I look at prophecy, when I look at what's going on around the world, when I look at one of the main signs, the mark of the beast technology is here. I believe it's Revelation 13. If GMS Sharmoth is in the chat, you can post the appropriate scripture. I believe it's Revelation 13. But it talks about he shall cause all, small or great, to get the mark or number of his name in their right hand or forehead. And whosoever does have a number of his name or the mark in their right hand or forehead cannot buy or sell lest he have the number of his name or the mark. RFID technology is there. Smartphone technology is there. A couple of months ago, I even mentioned it. I ain't gonna say I predicted it, but I did talk about it. I said it was gonna be a time we're gonna be able to go into the grocery store, grab your groceries, and just walk out because of the RFID chip, because of that type of technology. Now he's doing it with your phone, but pretty soon RFID technology within the next 5-10 years will be in full swing, if not earlier. So do I think the end will come in our lifetime? If a lifetime is about 100 years, and if we have about 40 more years, it's definitely gonna come in our lifetime. I really believe we are in that time. However, it just seems like it's just not happening yet. And I want it to happen so bad. But when I look at the prophecies, when I look at the signs, there's never been a time before when the mark of the beast technology could have been used and appropriated, and that prophecy couldn't come to pass 100 years ago, 50 years ago. An idea of someone needing a certain device to buy things with. Look at your smartphones. You can make purchases through your smartphone. Look at the idea of PayPal and all this other stuff. Well, these are all precursors to the mark of the beast technology, which I think is going to be in full swing very soon. So we know that we live in that age because of these prophecies. So there was never a time when the mark of the beast technology could have been an actual reality, but now it is. And I believe once the so-called 5G technology, so cell phones are on 4G, I think 5G is coming. Once 5G is in full swing, I believe once 5G is in full swing, you're going to see the mark of the beast in full effect, because that's the technology. 5G technology is what's necessary for the RFID implantations to really, really take off. So look out for 5G and the fulfillment of prophecy. So yes, this is a time. Yeah. Kodesh Chaya, appreciate the honesty about your life. And you can relate. Yes, sir. This is therapy for sure. If I can't be real with the brothers, who can I be real with? Great Man said you should do a roundtable with EBM and Alpha Ronemy. Oh, absolutely. Since you mentioned that, me and Alpha Ronemy do plan on doing a stream together soon again. Our channels are in collaboration often, and I'll see about EBM coming on as well. Do I believe in reptile, humans, and Illuminati? Oh, you thinking about some David Icke, huh? J-Rob? Little David Icke, huh? Replace reptile humans with demons. Place Illuminati with global elite. I would say yes. So replace reptilian with demon possession, and replace Illuminati with the global elite, and there you got it. So in that sense, if you just change the names and the ideas a little bit, then yeah, I believe so. Actual reptiles, no. Demonically controlled global elite, yes, absolutely. Great Man said the chip been here. Absolutely. The RFID chip has been here, but it just hasn't been in full swing. Debit cards do have the chip now, absolutely. Let's see. Opinion on the doctrine of the Sabbath day being lunar. There are some who believe the Sabbath day is solar, some lunar. Particularly certain groups, particularly GMS, believe it's lunar. A couple other One West camps believe that it's solar. I can't give an honest assessment because I haven't thoroughly studied out. There's so many things that I've studied. I do try to take a day of rest for myself. at least once a week. I try my best to keep the Sabbath. But as far as lunar, I actually have not studied that out. I have not kept a lunar Sabbath, but I have not actually studied it to actually give an assessment on it. Uh, but I do have a Sabbath day that I do keep, but that's something to look into. As far as strictly in the Torah, I don't see it strictly in the Torah, maybe somewhere in the Tanakh, but that's something I have to study. Almighty Cho said I would say the turning point would be a most start around 2022. You know what? Interesting that you said that because 2022, because I'm thinking 2020, 2021 myself. So we're in the same ballpark with these global changes and the societal changes. Josh Kimmy says, "And I implant anything on me? Absolutely. Death before the mark for sure." So they're already talking about 5G with Sprint and T-Mobile merging. Oh yeah, absolutely. RFID. Septimus Servius says RFID is redundancy of smartphones, homes, cars, and IoT. Absolutely. Do I think Donald Trump is good or bad for America? I think it's hard for me to answer that question if I think Donald Trump is good or bad for America, because I want what's worse for America. So it's hard to say whether I think he's worth. If he's bad for America, he's not bad enough for me. I want to see this place in ashes. So I can't say if Donald Trump is bad for America. Maybe he's not bad enough. I would like for Donald Trump to start a war with Russia. Would that be bad for the United States? Yeah. But would I would like to see a World War III? Yes. I think it'd be very entertaining. I would love to see Russia, China, and a couple other countries collaborate and fight the United States. So I guess it's hard for me to say if Donald Trump is bad because, yeah, please go to war with Russia, U.S., please. Haven't been in war in a long time. Let's get World War III. Stop talking about it and be about it. Please. That's my prayer, actually. In fact, I'm going to pray about that tonight. I'm going to pray for World War III to come in my lifetime. That's the type of guy I am, just to let you know. So hopefully that answers your question. So let's see what's going on. John 23T says, just dialed in. You have wisely advised us to grow our savings as minimalists. Any low risk investment ideas? Thank you. For me, a low risk investment is a savings account, a savings bond, maybe a few penny stocks, maybe a few for sure stocks, but for sure stocks would probably be an astronomical rate. Just the basics, CDs, regular savings accounts. Investment always means risk, always. If you're not willing to risk it and lose it, don't invest it. So yeah, I just believe in this traditional putting your pennies in the bank. I understand interest rates are very low, but it's safe means low interest. So yeah, safe is low interest. So your low interest yielding accounts are your standard savings and CDs. And I will put my money there just because. Me personally, I'm not trying to necessarily be rich. It would be nice, but I'm not seeking after riches. So, I don't believe in investing in real estate because I don't trust the market. Cryptocurrencies, I think it's just a fad at this point. I don't think that you can have 2,000 cryptocurrencies and all 2,000 are valuable. At some point, it has to go to maybe a few cryptocurrencies to really be valuable. That's just logic for me. So I'm not on a cryptocurrency bandwagon per se. I may buy some in the future. But for me, again, your standard savings and CDs and gold and silver. Gold and silver. Stephen Jones says, for in much wisdom is much grief. He that increase in knowledge, increase sorrow. Yes, sir. Ghost and Wild Black 100-year depression anniversary will come early. Yes, sir. I hope so. So. Somebody put in the chat, it's a Hebrew letters, but it says there's nothing wrong with studying the Torah day in and day out. Absolutely. I am a Torah-based Israelite. I love the Torah. Absolutely. Yahweh Akkad. Hero Israel, the Lord our God is one. Yep, Black Ram wants the reset button. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah, let's see what else. Yeah, we all want the reset button. Definitely, definitely. 175 watching, 172 now. Still rocking with me. We're going to go on a little bit longer. I'm enjoying this chat. I'm enjoying talking with you guys. Friday night, be chopping it up. Bringing it to a close in a minute. Let's see if we answer a few more questions, and then we'll be out. Do you trade on the market daily, Ram? No, I'm actually on no stocks and no bonds. So no, I don't trade. And yes, money is never really safe in the bank. Yep, money really isn't safe at all. Anywhere. Good night, Stephen Jones. I know you got to get out of here. Appreciate you rocking with me. Black Ram was the one to listen to. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I believe in just low risk investments. I'm not trying to do anything great. I'm not trying to be a billionaire. That would be nice though, but I'm not trying to redo all of that. I'm just trying to make it into the kingdom, man, and tread easily through life. And I'm thankful for every day I have. And although I'm thankful for every day I have, I'm waiting death, because death for me is glorious and victorious. It's a release from sin in this prison. So yeah, I'm just trying to walk the earth, man, and as peaceful as possible. Solomon said in Ecclesiastes, there is not one upright woman among them. Do you believe that? My answer, Isaac Clarke, is hell yeah, I believe the wisdom of Solomon. Absolutely. J. Rob said, I got my money in the shoe box. Absolutely. West Coast Heritage says, Black Ram, is there any hope for the BAW? That's an awesome question. Is there any hope for her? No way, Jose. She has to have and will have the same fate as the colonizer. The same fate as all of our enemies. So is there any hope for the BAW? Not at all. Maybe a remnant of them, maybe a few individuals. And those individuals are the women who cleave on to their husbands and honor and obey him and are led by him and led in the truth. But no. The BAW is a reflection of the system that she loves. And she's going to go down with it. She has to. Robots, my view on the robots is this. It's not for me. It seems a little creepy and a little weird, artificial. I don't think I can deal with it. But I'll tell you one thing, though. Here go why I differ from most guys on YouTube. I'm not going to shame a man for anything he does to free himself from the modern day parasite, the succubus. If a bot is what you need, that's between you and your creator, how you do that, whether you think it's right or wrong. I'm not here to judge what another grown man does with his bippy, but I will not be the one shaming you for it. Not at all. Won't be the one shaming you for it. As long as what you're doing ain't with another man, I ain't shaming you for it. And that's for you to research and find out if what you're doing is, sets well with you and your spirit and whatever you believe. Do I think it's wrong? I don't see any prohibition per se, but that's not for me. But I'm not gonna shame a guy for that for sure. I'm not gonna shame him. Westwood Gray said that chick you're talking is 33 years old. She is 5'9", and like you said, they have a height issue for us black men. Absolutely. Absolutely. She loves that height, don't she? Jim D says, are women more miserable than men in this society? And I will say yes. Although society rolls over backwards for them. She got everything she wants. Everything she wants. Everything she could ever dream of. Men at her feet, social media, men liking her pictures, men worshiping her. The whole state, the whole society is worshiping her. But since she's unsatisfied, since she's insatiable, women are still miserable with all that they have. They can't lose. It's her day. I got a video on my Black Round for Vintage channel called The Day of the Woman. Check that out. She can't lose, yet she's still miserable. And the reason why she's still miserable because she is insatiable. Her appetite is fierce. fierce. Who do I think biblical Esau is today? I don't think Esau is every European. I don't think that's possible. I think Esau is primarily the Khazar and the Ashkenazi. I believe the direct descendant of Esau is, those who occupy Israel today. I believe that's Esau. Now, Esau had brothers and other tribes, particularly the European, yes. Every European, no. But I believe most, though. That's what I think biblical Esau is today. But more directly, the Khazarian, the Khazar. Of course, I'm sure you're familiar, Flex Judah, with the book, The 13th Tribe. And I think that illustrates it well. Also, quite a few other books that talks about the same history. So just to name one. I think it was a book by, was it Tex Mars, I think, wrote a book about the same subject. And David Icke wrote about it as well, similarly. So yeah, that's what I think the biblical Esau is today. Let's see. Black women want a man with a long body and a short mind. That's true. That's true. West Coast Heretic says Black Ramiro content has helped Mex much to help me through the pain having beat ups in my life. Oh, you're very welcome, bro. Very welcome. That's what I'm here for. She loves height, but if a guy isn't attracted to her, she sees his height as weird. True. Any guy that isn't attractive is weird to her, or that's how that goes. Rayman, some camps say Esau is the modern day Arab. No, I think the modern day Arab is Ishmael. Although there was some mixing between Ishmael and Esau, but I think primarily the Arab is Ishmael. No, you don't have to be sorry for your question. This is actually a part of this Cognac Field Thoughts show that I'm actually trying to entertain questions. So your questions are fine. This is the time and place for them. Do I believe in the teachings of, I can't say that name. Well, just for reference, you said, do I believe in the teachings of Jesus? I believe in the teachings of the Messiah, who is Yahweh Shai. I believe that term that you just used is, which I know you're not using it in that sense, but I believe the name is pagan. I think the name of the Messiah is a Hebrew name, named Yahweh Shai, and I believe he's a teacher of righteousness. But I also believe he was a propitiation for our sins as well. So do I believe in his teachings? Yes. And I believe that he taught Torah. I believe nothing he said went against Torah law. I believe that he taught Torah, upheld Torah, lived Torah, and was the living expression or the walking Torah. So absolutely. Absolutely, I believe in his teachings. Absolutely. Seriously, how do I feel about the 48 Laws of Power? Awesome book. I'm not trying to achieve power like that, but for those who are, I think 48 Laws of Power. If you are a motivational, a person who's motivated to get money, motivated to succeed in life, motivated for a legacy, motivated for certain things in this material world, then that's a great book for you. For me, it was a good read, but I'm not interested in fame. I'm not interested in being seen. Honestly, it may sound weird, but I'm not even that interested in being heard, but I love the brotherhood, and I believe I have something to say. But I'm a quiet, low-key type of guy, and I'm not trying to do a whole lot in this world. I'm in the shadows. But I think 48 Laws of Power is an awesome book for those who are looking for motivation on how to succeed in life financially and materially. Absolutely. Absolutely. My thoughts on Trump, I really don't have any. I'll just wish Trump would kick off a war with Russia. I believe being in the United States is a land of our captivity. Although I'm an American citizen, I believe the United States is antithetical and adversarial to me as a man. I don't believe in breaking any laws or going against the government, but I believe the government is adversarial to me because of my genetics, as well as most of society. So um, I look at Donald Trump, same way I would look at a Barack Obama, same way I would look at a Hillary Clinton or any of the Bushes. I look at them as all adversarial toward myself, my condition, who I am as a man in America. So yeah. So Donald Trump is of no consequence to me. And Barack Obama was not my brother. He's from Kenya. He's not an Israelite. My Women Are Nasty is a legendary classic. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I plan on opening up a Patreon and putting part 2 on Patreon one day soon. It'll be just a small fee for that video, for that one particular video. But hopefully that'll be coming out soon. Ghost While Black, does the superficial succubus choose you less since you cut your dreadlocks? Actually, since I cut my dreads, I think I get less attention because there's something about long hair that women like. So I would say it's a little bit less. Women like that long hair for some reason. It really caught a lot of attention, the dreadlocks. But I enjoy not having the dreadlocks, actually. Beautiful thing. Feel like a burden lifted. Because I apologize, but I don't call him JC either. I prefer I prefer JC. I don't follow the New Testament, but do you have an idea of what the Talmud means to Israelites? The Talmud, I believe that's the book that they prefer. When you say Israelites, you're talking about Talmudic Judaism. And from what I understand, Talmudic Judaism is they put the Talmud over the Torah for the most part. And they believe that the Messiah was, well, they say some despicable things about the Messiah, I'll tell you that. So if you mean Israelite, you mean the Jewish community, or are you talking about the real Israelites? I don't know which one you're referring to, but Talmud is the Jewish book. The Torah is the Israelite book. Let's see. Anthony Russell, appreciate the super chat, brother. Says, how do you feel about money spending habits? Are you more conservative or spend freely? I'm 32. Retirement is always on my mind. I believe in being frugal. I believe in saving, and I am not a consumer. I have a video on my channel called Minimalism. So check out that minimalism video. I'm anti-consumer, anti-materialistic. I do understand there's things we need. So consumer goods does play a role in our life. But what I'm against excess. I'm against excess. And I do believe in luxury cars, but not for the badge, but because of the quality. I do believe in quality, though. So I would buy a luxury car because of the quality, not a BMW, maybe a Lexus, but the reliability and the quality. So yeah, and for retirement, just imagine how much you would save if you, or how much it would be if you took 20 years. Say you're going to retire in 20, 25 years, and you save maybe $100 to $200 a month, every month for 20 years. Add that up. I think that's the best way to look for retirement. Money can just be compounded. Have a save first and spend later attitude. But appreciate you, Anthony Russell. Let me see. More questions. Why not separate from America and build our own nation? I would love to do that. As you know, Ben Ami did that when he went to Liberia now in Dimona, Israel. Although he's passed away, his legacy is still there. You do have people living in Dimona. Although they're living under harsh conditions in Dimona, I really do believe in separation, building our own land. But I think that that's something that has to happen at Yahweh's prompting and pushing that himself. Unless Yahweh builds the house, we build it in vain. Just jumping out willy-nilly, I don't think it's going to work. We have to let Yahweh lead. We have to come back to the law, statutes, and commandments. and be at his leading, and maybe he'll deliver us out of this place when our captivity is over. Rasan Robinson, best Ram quote ever: to live free is to live desireless. This was a game changer for me. Ram, thank you. Absolutely, be desireless. That's to be free. Desire is suffering, and the Messiah talked about our lust, our desires, and ultimately our lustful desires lead to sin, and the best way to be is desireless. If you desire nothing, you lose nothing, and that's a never-ending goal: desirelessness. Judy Lyon says, what do you think about dudes that get with a woman with 5 children and he have no children of his own? I think that is a simp. Check out my video called The Signs of Simping and the Stepdaddy, and why you shouldn't deal with single mothers. Look at those videos in my archives. But yeah, the most simping position a man could have is to take care of another man's children. That's the most simping position you can have. There are things that come after that, but that's elite simping. Elite simping is taking care of another man's children. Absolutely. Yep. What else we got here? Take maybe a couple more questions, and then we're gonna get out of here. So, am I waiting on the Messiah like a Christian? If you're a believer in Torah, if you're a believer in the Tanakh itself, even if you're non-messianic, we're all waiting on a Messiah. Am I waiting on a Messiah like a Christian? You got to tell me what that means, like a Christian. I believe the Messiah is going to come and bring destruction. It's not going to be pretty. He's not going to wave kumbaya. He's not going to wave his hand. He's not a hippie. So the Messiah coming means the end of this kingdom and the setup of a new kingdom, a kingdom in which Israel will rule. Now, I don't believe Christians believe like that. They believe JC is going to come back and save everybody. I believe our Messiah is going to come back and destroy all except the remnant, and we're going to rule and reign over the earth for those who remain. And that's not Christian at all. That's not Christian at all. But I am a Hebrew Israelite, a Messianic Hebrew Israelite, and in mainstream circles, what I believe would be called, although I'm not a part of any group, would be called Messianic Judaism. But I am a Torah-based Messianic Israelite. Torah-based Messianic Israelite, for sure. And I believe the Messiah is in the New Testament. The Messiah that walked and taught and had apostles, I believe that he is the Messiah. And that I believe that he is resurrected and that he will return to set up his kingdom on earth. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. What else we got? S. Addict said, we're not waiting on anything. True Christians know this life is a loss. Absolutely. So I wouldn't call myself a Christian because it has a negative connotation. That term has been changed according to the mainstream Christianity, according to all the organizations, whether you're Southern Baptist, Missionary Baptist, whether you Methodist, Church of God in Christ, Episcopalian, whether you're Catholic, whatever Christian organization you think of, whether it be under the banner of Protestantism or under the banner of Catholicism or even Eastern Orthodox, what makes a Christian according to official church creeds and doctrines, whether you're Presbyterian, no matter what kind of Protestant you are, no matter what kind of Catholic you are, one that recognizes the Pope, one that doesn't, one Catholic that's Roman Catholic, a non-Roman Catholic, again, Greek Orthodox, everybody under the banner of Christianity believes in a Trinity. That's the idea of one God and 3 distinct persons. One God with 3 different essences or expressions. That's what it means to be a Christian. You look up official church doctrines. To be a Christian means you have to believe in the Trinity, which is essentially, although they won't admit to it, essentially 3 gods. They say the Son is God, the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. I do not believe that the Son is God. I do not believe that the Holy Spirit is God. I believe that the Holy Spirit is the power and the presence of the Most High that comes to us through the word of the Most High. I believe the Messiah was a human being, a resurrected human being. And I believe there is one God alone who does not share his essence. Before him there was none, there will be none after, pursuant to Isaiah 43 and 10, Isaiah 44, pursuant to Gospel of John 17 and 3, 1 Timothy 2 and 5, 1 Corinthians 8 and 6. That there's one God and one God alone, whose name is Yahweh. No one else shares in it. The Messiah is not God, no way, shape, or form. Holy Spirit is not God, no way, shape, or form. The Holy Spirit is an extension of the Most High. That's it. One God. And that's what it means for me to be an Israelite. What other camps and other people believe has no bearing on me, but I strongly hold to the idea of the Torah, Deuteronomy 6 and 4. He was the Lord our God is one, Yahweh Akkad, one God. The Messiah was 100% a human being. And that's what separates me from most, probably camps and Christianity and all of that. So just to let people know. Again, Torah-based Israelite. Let's see what else we got. You said Yahweh never command us to wait on anyone. Deal with the prophecies in Deuteronomy that talks about a coming Messiah and hearing his words. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's Deuteronomy, the 13th chapter, the 19th chapter. Forgive me, I'm getting older. But the Torah does speak about a coming Messiah. Again, Torah-based Israelite. Let's see what else we got. Mr. Limber says, I dealt with Messianic Judaism for paperwork for my beard at work. I understand that. They okay just missing the truth to the true Jews. Absolutely. 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 Did King David wait on the Messiah? Did Hezekiah wait on the Messiah? I hear you. I ain't going to debate with you. But if you want to be honest, King David did talk about a coming Messiah. Sorry, brother. King David did prophesy about a coming Messiah. Check it out. Let's see. What else we got? West Coast Heretic says, Ram, some say that there is no history of the Messiah, that he just the hero of the ancient Israel. What do you say? That's a great question. For a long time, there's been an idea of Osiris, not Osiris, I'm sorry. What is the guy name? You got Osiris, you got the wife. Heru is another name for Heru. Not Osiris. I forgot the other name of for Heru. But the idea that the Messiah was a carbon copy or a reinvention of ancient Kemetic religious script, also known as Egyptology. The idea that the Messiah was Heru is an old concept that's not based off any factual, any facts whatsoever. When someone asks me the question, my favorite thing to do, Horus, absolutely, Mr. Lim, I'm sorry, Horus, it evaded me for a minute. When someone tells me that they are comparing our Messiah to Horus, the first thing I ask them is, who have they read? It's a question that all scholars ask. When you're talking about history, you're talking about information, the first question is, who have you read? Who have you read? So when someone makes a statement, my question, I'm not getting at you, West Coast Heretic. I know you're just asking a question. I ask them, have they read E.A. Wallace Budge? I ask them, have they read Faulkner? I ask them, have they read the Kemetic scholars? I ask them, have they read Dr. Henry Breasted? And usually that question is no. Have you read the Coffin Text? Have you read the Book of the Dead? Have you read those books? Have you read the Pyramid Text? I have. And I assure you that there is nothing even closely related to the Messiah there. There's no mention of Horus having 12 apostles, no mention of a resurrection. None of those things are in there. It's a common misconception and a misnomer. The Messiah has no relation to Heru or Horus. And don't take my word for it. Read E.A. Wallace Budge. All your Kemetic scholars, your Sinetters, your Polites, your Dr. Reggies, your what's the guy with the braid? Your Shaka Amos. Examine what they read. Now, tertiary sources will say something different, but read the primary sources. Read those books. Read those authors, and you will see no correlation between Horus or Heru, so-called the false gods. And one thing that can put it to rest, though, I'm a true Torah believer, and I'm a true New Testament believer. So-called Heru was like a half god, half man. So-called Horus or whoever. All these were demigods, Hercules, whatever you want to say. A half god, half man. And all the Kemetic scholars will say, well, these men were men, but they were gods. The Messiah of the Torah, the Messiah of the Tanakh, the Messiah of the New Testament was a flesh and blood human being who never claimed to be God. Never claimed to be the God divine. The idea of the Son of God simply denotes one who is sent by God. Also note that Adam was the Son of God as well. So the Messiah of the New Testament never claimed to be God. He bore witness of the one and only true God, whose name in the Hebrew is Yahweh. Gospel of John 17:3, so they may know you, the only true God, and his son, Yahweh Shah Mashiach. So there's only one true God. And the Messiah is not a deity. Never was, never have been. He was born in a moment of time, died and resurrected, all by the power of the Most High. So that's a great separation now from the ideas of Egyptology, Kemetic science, and all of those things. A far different connotation altogether. Far connotation altogether. So take two more questions probably, and then we're going to get out of here. It's almost midnight in my area. Arnbus, oh, I can't even say the name. Arnbas Bartone. Why does it seem like the Most High is losing to Satan? The Most High isn't losing to Satan. The Most High has given this world over to the destruction that Satan brings because of our disobedience. Nothing happens outside of Yahweh's will. And believe it or not, the pain and the suffering that happens here is because the Most High wants it to. See, the Most High is love, but he's also hatred. He's merciful, but he's also vengeful. We have the wrong concept of the Most High. That's why we need to read the Torah. We need to read the Tanakh. So this planet is a prison. Satan isn't winning. Satan is actually an agent of the Most High. The Most High is sovereign. He created all things. You mean to tell me he can't stop Hashatan? Of course he can. But even Satan can't escape the will of the Most High. Remember Judas as an example. Judas betrayed the Messiah because it was prophesied, it was given to him to do that. He was predestined to do so. Satan was created to do exactly what he's doing now. Nothing is outside the will of the Most High. So it's not that Satan is winning, it's that the Most High is punishing us for our disobedience. Let's see. One more question. Say you can't be a Bible believer and ask for primary sources. Yes, you can. You can ask for primary sources in almost any work of literature. And if you can't get a primary source, you can get as close as possible. So let's say, okay, I believe the Bible is true. Are there primary sources? Yes and no. The primary sources, you mean to talk about the manuscripts such as Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus. These codices, ancient Greek and Hebrew writings, the Masoretic text, some of the manuscript copies of the Masoretic text, the Dead Sea Scrolls, excuse me, it's getting late, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Qumran text. So now we're talking about textual criticism. Can we go back to ancient copies of the manuscripts? Yes. Are the original autographs, that's what they're called, autographs, are the original autographs available for us to view today? No. But what we have is handwritten copies of such manuscripts. And can we look at those handwritten copies? You absolutely can, if you know the Paleo Hebrew and you know the Koine Greek. You don't believe me? There's a place called London, England, in which they have the British Museum. And if you know Koine Greek and Paleo Hebrew, you can actually view some of those texts. You can view them. Now, they're handwritten copies, yes. But that would be maybe a secondary source, but it's a copy. So in a sense, it can be a primary. Depends on how you look at it. To answer that question. In Fortitude, no, the Messiah was not an angel. Read Hebrews chapter 3, or the book of Hebrews. It says specifically that the Messiah was not an angel. So let's see. Maybe I'll take one more, then we'll be out of here. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. J-Rob says they love to go to church knowing what they did the night before. You betcha. You betcha. Let's see. So yeah, you can have primary sources, brother. You just have to know what type of text you're looking at and what type of writing. E.A. Wallace Budge, Henry Breasted, R.O. Faulkner, that is a primary source. They looked at the Egyptian hieroglyphs, Rosetta Stone, and they translated it. Now, if you trust the translation, it's your business, but there is a primary source. So all those who claiming that the Kemetic science or that the Kemetic community or that the Kemetic gods are in association or have been copied by the biblical authors is wrong. Take a lot to walk you through that, but those authors that I mentioned, if you check out their material, there is no correlation between the Messiah and so-called Heru, and so-called Horus. Now, I will say this, JC, the Christian JC, there's a hell of a correlation between the Christian JC and Horus and Hercules, the half God, the half man. Let me tell you guys something real quick. In Christianity, you have a concept called the hypostatic union. Has anyone ever heard of the hypostatic union? If you have heard of the hypostatic union, put 1 in the chat. If you have not heard of the hypostatic union, press 2 in the chat. I want to talk a little bit about that before I go, about 5 more minutes. If everybody's still up and alert. Have you ever heard of the hypostatic union? If you have not, let's say so. We got some 1s and some 2s. So this is what the hypostatic union is. All right. The hypostatic union is a concept that came out of Christianity. The founders of Christianity was born. Christianity was born. What's up, Abe Owayi? I can't even say your name, but what's up, bro? The hypostatic union is a concept that came out of Christianity. Christianity was born in Council of Nicaea 325. Roman Emperor Constantine set up a council to decide what the church should teach and what people should follow. And out of the Council of Nicaea came the Trinity. And there were several more ecumenical councils, ecumenical meaning all of the bodies of the church, all the denominations came together to discuss, popes and bishops and so on and so forth, authors and scholars. You had the Council of Nicaea, you had the Council of Chalcedon, you had the Council of Trent, I believe the Council of Constantinople, if I'm not mistaken. In each council and subsequent council after the Council of Nicaea, they added more to the doctrine of the Trinity. Until finally, I believe it was Council of Chalcedon, I think in 457, Council of Nicaea was in 325. During the Council of Chalcedon, they came up with the idea, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been another council, a later council. So forgive me, so don't quote me directly on that. But they came up with the idea of the hypostatic union. The hypostatic union is the idea that the Messiah was both God and man, fully God and fully man. In other words, the council of that particular council said that the Messiah was fully God and fully man at the same time, in a sense that his humanity didn't take away from his godhood, and his godhood didn't take away from his humanity. A dual nature, so to speak. They forgot the scripture in James that says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. But the idea of half God, half man, or 100% man and 100% God. Now that's Egyptian mythos. That's Greek mythos for you. So JC in Heru, or and I shouldn't be saying these pagan names. Most I forgive me, but I'm only doing it for illustration. But these Horuses, yeah, JC has a hell of a lot in common with them. Sun god worship. The worship of JC goes back to sun god worship. It goes back to Mithras. It goes back to Heru. It goes back to all those pagan deities. The idea of a demigod, a half man, half God. We have a human Messiah, 100% human being, the second Adam, according to the scriptures. So I just wanted to reiterate that real quick. I actually really enjoy talking about Christian and church history and things of a biblical nature very much. So that's why I want to spend a little bit of time on this. A rare occasion when I actually get to talk scripture with people, especially the importance of Torah. I like to promote the Torah as our base, and the New Testament is our cornerstone, but we need the Torah. So hopefully I didn't bore anyone too much with that particular conversation, but I just wanted to explain that real quick. So let's see. I think we've been rocking 3 hours or so. I think it's probably time to. Gang Wise says, what about the Bible being wrote from astrology? There is no proof, evidence, or even correlation with that. The Bible being one with astrology. Astronomy may be different. Astrology, no. Astronomy, maybe so. The scripture talks about the sun and the moon and the stars being for signs. Remember, the wise men knew the Messiah was there because they saw a star in the east. Astronomy. Astrology is pagan and mythos and European conceptions and Egyptian conceptions of things. There are heavenly bodies that do have importance because the Most High set them in place, that are not to be worshipped, but to be used as the Most High intended. So I don't believe it was wrote from astrology. Does it contain astronomy? Yes. Does it contain astrology? No. No, not at all. Not at all. And I think that might be about it. I identify as a Hebrew Israelite, Messianic Hebrew Israelite. And Abe, are you, what tribe are you, what country are you from? What's your nationality and what tribe are you from, if you don't mind answering that? J-Rob, I appreciate you too, bro. Sex Addict, Gray Man, Serious B, J-Rob, Black Body, West Coast Heretic, thank you for joining. And everybody who's been here from the beginning of the stream until now, I appreciate you. Jack Carbon, I think you've been here for a long time. So I like to thank everybody who started out with me. As we bring this video to a close, like the video on the way out, it's midnight where I'm at, and we still got 146 watching and rocking with me. Appreciate that. West African Nigerian tribe Yoruba. According to the little research that I've done, you're an Israelite. Abe, Nigerian, Yoruba tribe, that's Israel all day. So I identify as an Israelite. You may not identify as an Israelite, but according to some of the research I've done, the Igbo and the Yoruba are Israelites, different tribes. Mr. Limber, appreciate you. It's 1 a.m. where you at? Man, Mr. Limber, you rocking with me, bro. Appreciate that. 1 a.m. 12 on Meta. I think on the West Coast is probably about 10-ish. But absolutely. Appreciate all you guys for coming and listening. I'm going to try to do live stream more often, possibly, because it is enjoyable. I'll plan on doing, well, my plans are always to do one once a month, most high willing. But maybe not this month, but maybe in the upcoming month. I'll probably try to do a month or maybe a weekly or twice a week live stream. Abe, if you want to donate, I'm going to put this PayPal link in the description box. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, Black Ram for Vengeance, I ask that you do so. In fact, I'm going to put Black Ram for Vengeance in this chat so you can go to that link or go to that icon and sub. That's my secondary channel in case something happens to this channel. So you guys should be subbed to that particular channel for sure. Black Ram for Vengeance is my backup channel. This is my primary channel. I hope you guys do that. And yeah. Excellent session, great man. Thank you, bro. Yeah, it was no trolling in this one. I'm surprised, which is actually a good thing, though. I'm glad moderators didn't have to work tonight. And yeah, I'd like to thank all the moderators, too. Appreciate that. How old am I? I just made 40. Just made 40 in March. Appreciate that. But Messiah prayed to the Father, not as his self. Our Father which art in heaven. This is shown multiple times in the scripture. Absolutely. Is Kanye cloned? I don't know. He's definitely changed. Definitely changed. Kodesh says, great session. Absolutely. Appreciate it. Mr. Limber still a young man? Yeah, I'm an OG, but yeah. Young at heart, right? Says, why don't you come to BFS hangout? You mean BGS? BGS, I have been in a few of his hangouts, not as a guest a couple of times. Been in the comment section, but BGS does his live streams late on Saturday nights, and I have to work in the morning on Sundays. So unfortunately, BGS does 8-hour live streams, and I'm usually asleep at that time. Plus, he has a lot of people on there, and I don't want to interrupt the flow. So sometimes I tune in. Sometimes I may say something in the comment section. Sometimes BGS will come on at a time in the day when I'm up and about, and I may message him on there or whatever. But yeah, BGS is the man. I think he got some of the best hangouts there is. Got a lot of people, a lot of subjects. He's knowledgeable about a lot of different things. And maybe one day if I got the time, I'll probably jump on. But I've been on with many times before and on many different venues on his channels and others. So yeah, BGS is my man. Appreciate that, great man. Great man, you in the 40 club too? 40 club, huh? My man. But yeah, Abe, BGS is the man. Got nothing for love and respect for that brother. And I do try to watch his live streams and his videos. I pretty much don't miss none of his videos, but a lot of the live streams I'm asleep. So, yep. In 20 years, you can start entertaining old. 40 is young, period. Look at Vince Carter. Yeah, Vince Carter's still jumping out the gym. Absolutely. Absolutely. Blessings to you too, West Coast Heretic. Absolutely. Salute to all you guys. Black Ram for Vengeance. Subscribe to that channel. Thank you guys for watching. For rocking with me over 3 hours. This has been Cognac Field Thoughts. And yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming out. And hopefully all of you guys will be here on the next stream. So salute to you guys. Salute family. And most high willing. See you on the next one. Stay well. Stay peaceful. Stay in the shadows. And stay red pill. And yeah, there's been one. Black Ram 313. And James, appreciate you too. Mr. Limber. All you guys. Says no shout out for the ladies. Oh, what up, Nita Singleton? Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to all the ladies who came in the chat. Nita Singleton, were you been rocking with us for the whole time, or You just tuning in. But yeah, shout out to the ladies. All the ladies who's in here. Thank you. I think I seen another young lady in here. But yeah, shout out to all the ladies in the chat. I'm sure it's only a few. I'm sure it ain't that many rocking with Black Ram because of my mentality. But I ain't mad at the ladies. Indifferent, not mad. But if a woman come with respect, she's gonna get treated with respect. I am a gentleman, first and foremost. But yeah, again, appreciate everybody and peace out. And good night to you all too, as well. That goes for you too, Nita Singleton, to the ladies too. And this is Black Ram signing off. Cognac Field Thoughts, Black Ram 313, and I'm out.